Chapter 644 Pangu's Killing Intent. Chapter 644 Pangu's Killing Intent. Han Ju felt the phenomenon and couldn't help but be surprised. You, the heavenly Tao, mourn for the enemy. Are you blaming me for saving you? Of course, he only complained a little. The heavenly Tao was a rule and did not have the emotions and desires of living beings. Han Ju suddenly thought of something. Undying Tao perished and caused a great Tao phenomenon. The chaotic deity and Kundi who had faked their deaths did not have any great Tao phenomenon, so why did the mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End think that they were dead? Perhaps those mighty figures did not really think so. They only wanted to put blame on the dark forbidden lord. This was the only explanation. Han Ju adjusted his state and started to improve his sword Tao mystical powers. Several months later, he continued to cultivate the grand unity aspect. However, just as he began, Ancestor Shitian's voice entered his ears. All the sages have come to the great ultimate hall. I have something to say. Han Ju didn't move immediately after hearing that. Ancestor Shitian was stronger than him. Furthermore, he could be active in the heavenly Tao. Han Ju wasn't a heavenly Tao sage. If he died in the heavenly Tao, he would really die and not be revived endlessly by the heavenly Tao. Does Ancestor Shitian have any intention of killing me? 170 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? The value of the ancestor seemed to have increased. Continue. Not for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. Han Ju moved out of the Tao field and arrived outside the 33rd heaven. The great ultimate hall that had been silent for a long time emitted divine light again, becoming the most dazzling Tao field outside the 33rd heaven. Han Ju came to the front of the great ultimate hall. The other sages were already there. Even Empress Huda came. Li Daokong sighed. Sect Master, do you still remember how we listened to the Tao together in the great ultimate hall? The sages had strange expressions. It was fine if he didn't mention it, but they felt uncomfortable when he did. They wanted to forget Han Ju's potential. Compared to him, they felt so mediocre, like mortals. Han Ju didn't answer. Was Li Daokong provoking him? Shi Dudao stared at him curiously. He was very curious about the sect master of the hidden sect. For some reason, he inexplicably felt that Han Ju was like the dark forbidden lord. At this moment, the door to the great ultimate hall opened and the sages entered. Ancestor Shitian was sitting on a mat. When the sages came in front of him, he opened his eyes and waved his right hand. A mat appeared behind each sage. The sages meditated. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was the first to speak. Ancestor, you're finally back. If not for you, the heavenly Tao would probably be in danger. The other sages also flattered him with some sincerity. Previously, when they saw the flame race attack the immortal world, they were all extremely nervous. After the heavenly Tao restarted, the foundation of the immortal world was still a little lacking. However, there were many living beings but not enough mighty cultivators. Ancestor Shitian sighed. Before I attacked, misfortune befell Undying Tao. Someone was cursing him. The sages were stunned. Sect Master Tian Ju narrowed his eyes and said, Dark Forbidden Lord. Be it the heavenly Tao or the deity realm of the ruins of End, many people pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord and cursed the enemy. However, only the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse could injure a great Tao sage. The sages began to sigh. It's the Dark Forbidden Lord again. In that case, he supports the heavenly Tao. Who is the Dark Forbidden Lord? In the past, I felt that it was fellow Taoist Han Ju. Now, it seems that it shouldn't be. If fellow Taoist Han Ju can kill Undying Tao, he would have directly attacked earlier. Cough cough, fellow Taoist Han is here with us. What nonsense are you saying? Ha ha ha. Perhaps because they had experienced many calamities together, the sages also began to joke about Han Ju as if they were close. Han Ju didn't answer but snorted in his mind. "It's fine if you want to cause trouble, but don't joke with me." He immediately asked in his mind, "Does Ancestor Shitian have any killing intent towards me? 170 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "Not for the time being." Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ancestor Shitian said, "Undying Tao has perished. I previously severely injured him. I didn't expect the Dark Forbidden Lord to still not let him go. This is also good. The deity realm of the ruins of End probably won't come to harm the heavenly Tao for the time being. I have something to announce. I will leave the heavenly Tao." With that said, the sages widened their eyes in shock. They urged him to stay. Ancestor Shitian was their greatest backing. If he left, the deity realm of the ruins of End would definitely become even more rampant. Although Li Dao Kong, Shi Dudao, and Fang Liang did not say a word, they didn't want Ancestor Shitian to leave either. Before they attained the Tao, they knew that the one who truly protected the heavenly Tao was not a sage, but Ancestor Shitian, the Tao ancestor's close friend. Ancestor Shitian continued, "I've discussed with the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End and decided to go together to suppress the ancient desolate. In the next period of time, the deity realm of the ruins of End should not disturb the heavenly Tao, but you can't let your guard down. There are many races like the flame race hidden in the chaos. Some of them were expelled by the heavenly Tao, and some were born from the creation of mighty figures. In the long years, they have already risen. Because of the existence of the immeasurable calamity, the heavenly Tao's strength has always been restricted. Instead, it has fallen behind the chaos. I don't know why the Tao ancestor set the rules like this, nor can I guess." Hearing this, the sages did not feel good. To be honest, the invasion of the flame race had deeply stimulated them. They even blamed the Tao ancestor. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du asked, "What is hidden in the ancient desolate that actually requires the great Tao sages to join forces?" Ancestor Shitian said, "Pangu's killing intent." The sages were stunned. Pangu split the world apart and his body transformed into all things, but his killing intent was not recorded in the legends. Back then, Pangu slaughtered 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials to attain the Tao. His killing intent even began to bewitch his Tao heart. He had no choice but to extract his killing intent and suppress it in the heavenly Tao. As time passed, more and more chaotic fiend celestials appeared again and resonated with Pangu's killing intent. After undergoing Tao integration, the Tao ancestor had no choice but to suppress Pangu's killing intent in the ancient desolate. Once this killing intent appears, it will definitely reproduce the scene of blood cleansing the chaos. Ancestor Shitian sighed and the sages fell silent. Han Ju was deep in thought. Could that supreme power be Pangu's killing intent? But after so many years, could Pangu's killing intent still continue to become stronger? Logically speaking, if Pangu had died, the chaotic fiend celestial that had survived for so long would have long surpassed him. Wait. Could Pangu be alive? Han Ju's heart tightened. He felt that it was very possible. Under normal circumstances, who was willing to sacrifice themselves to create a new world? Anyway, Han Ju didn't want to. After the heavenly Tao was established, the mighty figures of the later generations also proved one thing. Creating a world did not necessarily mean sacrificing oneself. For example, Li Mui and Ancestor Shitian had both created their own little heavenly Tao. Ancestor Shitian suddenly looked at Han Ju and said, "Han Ju, which chaotic fiend celestial are you?" The sages also looked at him. Han Ju said, "Heavenly constellation fiend celestial." In any case, the heavenly constellation fiend celestial had already been born. Ancestor Shitian frowned. The sages were balanced. Since Han Ju was really a chaotic fiend celestial, it was normal that they couldn't compare. "I know the heavenly constellation fiend celestial. He's still alive. Why is it you? Ancestor Shitian asked again. Chapter 645 Ancestor's Heart. Chapter 645 Ancestor's Heart. The entire great ultimate hall fell silent. The sages waited for Han Ju's explanation. Han Ju remained silent, but he was panicking on the inside. However, on second thought, something was wrong. He had already created the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. If there was another heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, the two heavenly constellation Fiend Celestials should be able to sense each other. After all, they were both of the same great Tao. This old dog is tricking me. Han Ju asked in his mind, is Ancestor Shitian tricking me? 170 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was very dissatisfied with Ancestor Shitian. Why are you tricking me for no reason? Trying to mess with me? I think you're asking for a curse. Seeing that Han Ju didn't answer, Ancestor Shitian continued to ask, what? Do you have something you can't say? Han Ju pretended to be bitter and said, I don't understand what you mean, Ancestor. I'm the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. The heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial is me. There can't be two chaotic Fiend Celestials that are the same. What do you want to say to me, Ancestor? I don't understand how I offended you. I can be said to be diligent in dealing with the heavenly Tao. I interfere every time the heavenly Tao is in trouble. I don't usually rely on the heavenly Tao to cultivate. I have a clear conscience towards the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate me, I'll leave. He immediately stood up. The other sages dissuaded him. Fellow Taoist Han, what are you doing? Ancestor doesn't mean that. He's just puzzled. Ancestor, Han Ju really sacrificed a lot for the heavenly Tao. During the time you left, if not for him, we would have long collapsed. Yes, so what if Han Ju is not the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial? In any case, he belongs to the heavenly Tao. Sect Master, if you want to leave, I'll leave too. The sages took Han Ju's side. The reason was that Ancestor Shitian was about to leave. They could still rely on Han Ju. Ancestor Shitian said helplessly, I'm just asking. I don't really know the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial. Why are you angry, young friend Han Ju? Han Ju sat down angrily and sighed. I don't know why. I've always been cultivating in seclusion, but there are always people coming to find trouble with me or question my identity. It might be related to the variable that the Tao Ancestor said. The Tao Ancestor's words have screwed me over. In the past, not only did the heavenly Tao sages try to rope me in, but even the deity realm of the ruins of En's Dijuan, Empress Nuwa. The eyes of the sages flickered. They also remembered the variable that the Tao Ancestor had mentioned, but they didn't expect the deity realm of the ruins of En to have also tried to rope Han Ju in. Ancestor Shitian was expressionless, but he was also dissatisfied with Dijuan. Humph. He didn't expect Dijuan to scheme behind his back. Ancestor Shitian said, since you are the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, I will entrust the heavenly Tao to you. Only you are a freedom sage. I hope that you can protect the heavenly Tao. If I can return alive, I will give you a huge opportunity. Han Ju neither agreed nor disagreed. Why was he tricking him for no reason? To put it bluntly, he didn't trust him. He couldn't take Ancestor Shitian's opportunity. Heavenly Venerate Wufa couldn't help but ask, Senior, your cultivation is so high. Are you really going to offer yourself to the Ancient Desolate? In his opinion, even if Pangu's killing intent broke out, Ancestor Shitian could still hide. Back when Pangu attained the Tao, some chaotic Fiend Celestials had survived. Ancestor Shitian glanced at him and said, destroying Pangu's killing intent is not only to protect the heavenly Tao and the chaos but also to attain the Tao. Whoever can defeat Pangu will inherit his vast providence. I see. The sages were enlightened. In that case, they believed him. As sages, they knew sages the best. How many sages could risk their lives for the sake of righteousness? Ancestor Shitian continued, "All right, I've already said what needs to be said. I'll leave the heavenly Tao to you in the future." With that said, Ancestor Shitian's figure gradually vanished. He was like a phantom from head to toe. The sages looked at each other. Han Ju stood up and prepared to leave. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du stopped him and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, come to the Universal Hall." Han Ju nodded, and the two sages left. The other sages were not curious. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du often met the sages alone. The sages had also communicated in private. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had only arranged the matters of the heavenly Tao and did not have any selfish motives. Universal Hall. Han Ju and Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sat down. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Ancestor Shitian is suspicious of you. You have to be careful." Han Ju said, "I understand." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's favorability towards him far exceeded Ancestor Shitian's. Han Ju also had a good impression of him. "I called you here this time to talk about the reincarnation space. I've decided to occupy the Earth Immortal World. Next, the reincarnation space will fight against the infinite space with all its might. After expelling the infinite space, I'll let the reincarnation space occupy the Earth Immortal World and personally connect the providence of the Earth Immortal World to the Heavenly Tao to expand it," Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said in a low voice. Seeing that he didn't have to interfere, Han Ju put down his concerns and asked, "Are you confident?" "Don't worry. Now that the mighty figures of the deity realm of the ruins of End can't make a move in time, Zhen Yuanzi has also been invited to the ancient desolate. The mysterious chaotic fiend celestial of the Earth Immortal World and the sage behind the infinite space are not the freedom sages and are not my match. I'm the best choice for this task. After all, my master is still very intimidating. After I leave, fellow Taoist Han, help me keep an eye on Sect Master Tianju," Heavenly Venerate Xian Du continued. Sect Master Tianju. This fellow. Han Ju thought of the heavenly sect master who was suppressed in the ancient desolate. Could it be that the heavenly sect master was planning on backstabbing him? I'll keep an eye open. Yes, let's talk about the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du began to describe his next arrangements for the heavenly Tao. It still had to continue expanding. The flame race had given the sages too much stimulation. The living beings of the entire heavenly Tao were actually unable to defeat the chaotic race. It was simply a great humiliation. The sages would think of a way to increase the spirit qi in the immortal world and constantly teach Tao techniques to increase the strength of all the living beings. However, where the rules of the heavenly Tao were, it was impossible for them to increase without any worries. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du mentioned Feng Liang. The sages were thinking of a way to gather the jade slip of creation for him. Feng Liang said that he had a way to expand the heavenly Tao. 2 hours later. Han Ju had just left the 33rd heaven. He returned to the 100-peak immortal river and sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He asked in his mind, does Sect Master Tianju plan to betray the heavenly Tao? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Han Ju cursed silently. He was indeed a traitor. In that case, he wouldn't be polite anymore. The next day, Han Ju came to Sect Master Tianju's Tao field. Sect Master Tianju opened a door and smiled at him. Fellow Taoist Han, you are such a rare guest. Is this your first time visiting me? Sect Master Tianju asked with a smile. Han Ju smiled. Yes, I want to invite you to the 100-peak immortal river as a guest. The Jie school has taken good care of the Holy Mother sect. You and I can get closer. The two of them spoke at the entrance of the Tao field. Presumably, the other sages could hear them. Sect Master Tianju smiled even wider. That's a good thing. Hanju grabbed his wrist affectionately and directly used the power of the imprisonment fiend celestial to immobilize him. The two of them disappeared. At first glance, the two of them seemed to be leaving hand in hand. They were very close. Chapter 646 Ancestor Fanju, Heavenly Tao Taking Sides. Chapter 646 Ancestor Fanju, Heavenly Tao Taking Sides. Hanju brought Sect Master Tianju directly to his Taoist temple. To prevent him from self-destructing, Hanju used the power of the confusion fiend celestial to make him in a muddle-headed state and unable to wake up. Hanju then threw him into the primordial heavenly prison. Unlike the previous heavenly venerate Wuxia, Hanju was far stronger than Sect Master Tianju. Sect Master Tianju couldn't break free from his great Tao power, so Hanju didn't need to look after him. Hanju could finally start cultivating the grand unity aspect. In the blink of an eye. 300 years passed. Hanju had newly learned 50 chaotic fiend celestial Dharma idols. It took longer than before, mainly because the power of the fiend celestials conflicted with each other. The new fiend celestial Dharma idols were respectively the sheltered rainbow fiend celestial, the little fiend celestial, the uninjured fiend celestial, the heavenly square fiend celestial, the intentless fiend celestial, the soul sovereign fiend celestial, the poverty fiend celestial, the Tao gathering fiend celestial, the fog fiend celestial, the terror fiend celestial, the great affection fiend celestial, the great essence fiend celestial, the twisted fiend celestial, the eternal night fiend celestial, the primordial martial fiend celestial, the race fiend celestial, the degree fiend celestial, the avatar fiend celestial, the ultimate sorrow fiend celestial, the spirit ruler fiend celestial, the soul firmament fiend celestial, the connate loose fiend celestial, the rotten fiend celestial, the mutual longing fiend celestial, the skeleton bone fiend celestial, the golden tablet fiend celestial, and the ethereal fiend celestial. The 10,000 creation fiend celestial, the voidless fiend celestial, the strongest fiend celestial, the cloud pool fiend celestial, the supreme height fiend celestial, the shadow follower fiend celestial, the punishment tea fiend celestial, the combat prison fiend celestial, the reflection fiend celestial, the light slaughter fiend celestial, the repentance chaos fiend celestial, the blade fiend celestial, the origin substance fiend celestial, the steps Tao fiend celestial, the loose gatherer fiend celestial, the calamity card fiend celestial, the one book fiend celestial, the control fiend celestial, the drought fiend celestial, the revolving world fiend celestial, the bitterness fiend celestial, the missing fiend celestial, and the billion finger fiend celestial. Most of these fiend celestial powers were a little special. For example, the strongest fiend celestial was not the strongest fiend celestial. This was a power that pursued the strongest great Tao. Once used, one's strength would increase greatly and one would be instilled with the belief to pursue being the strongest. The stronger the opponent defeated, the stronger the great Tao power. To Hanju, this was not very good. He would easily lose his mind. He wouldn't use it unless he was desperate. The uninjured fiend celestial was an absolutely defensive great Tao that couldn't be harmed. It needed an even stronger great Tao power to kill it in one strike. The ultimate sorrow fiend celestial had an extremely strong emotional resonance. It could absorb the sorrow of all living beings to make itself stronger. The loose gatherer fiend celestial could condense all true existences and also disband them into extremely tiny fragments. The 10,000 creation fiend celestial was like the Fusang tree. Its body grew 10,000 branches that could create a world and connect to an existing world. As long as the world he created existed, he wouldn't die. Wait. Hanju began the simulation trial and adapted to the new power of the fiend celestials. After 10 years, he finally ended in satisfaction. At this moment, Sect Master Tianju was still in the primordial heavenly prison. Hanju looked at the immortal world. After the flame race failed, the immortal world returned to its previous state. Although all living beings cultivated harder, conflicts couldn't be avoided. For example, if the human race wanted to rise, they needed to expand their territory and increase their resources. However, the nearby races were all once demons. The blood feud between humans and demons was engraved in their blood. Therefore, the human race was surrounded and fell into deep trouble again. Li Daokong was still not powerful enough. After the flame race's calamity, all living beings understood one thing. Sages couldn't personally interfere in the immortal world. This fact subconsciously reduced their threat. Furthermore, with the various races joining forces, sages couldn't send mighty figures to capture them all in one go for the sake of the humans. It was not in line with the cultivation goal of the current heavenly Tao. Because of this, Han Yu fell into various battles. His cultivation level increased very quickly. Han Ju didn't pay attention to the humans for too long. It was fine as long as Han Yu was fine. If Han Yu could lead the human race to prosperity, Han Ju would change his opinion of him. He might even give him a huge opportunity to have the right to chase after his ancestor Han Tuo. Han Ju looked at the Holy Mother sect next. It had developed very well. He didn't know if it was because of Li Yao, but the number of female human disciples in the Holy Mother sect increased and had already surpassed the female disciples of other races. Ever since the establishment of the Holy Mother sect, they had been backed by the Jie school and had never encountered any trouble. Previously, when the flame race attacked, the battle had already ended when they had just arrived on the battlefield. Han Ju looked at the reroll world below the immortal world. Ever since he had released the reroll world, it had developed alone. Now, it was only inferior to the first mortal world, the loose heaven world, and had become the second mortal world. Although Han Ju didn't care about the reroll world, the heavenly race, the Jie school, the divine palace, and the Holy Mother sect all helped it. They even sent disciples to stay and preach the Tao to mortals. The current white-robed Buddha had used the providence of the reroll world to become a zenith heaven cultivator. He was also a famous figure. In the netherworld, Su Qi had been cultivating in seclusion, but because of him, Yang Tiandong's status rose. The other kings of hell did not dare to offend him and followed him everywhere. Everything was fine. Han Ju suddenly noticed someone, an old friend. Mo Zhu. Back then, Li Mui took in Mo Zhu as his disciple and wanted to scheme against Han Ju. However, before Li Mui died, she had already returned to the immortal world. As time passed, she and Han Ju had long become strangers. He usually couldn't remember her. After all, Han Ju had asked Mo Zhu to stay. She insisted on leaving and wanted to make the Mo family famous. Time passed quickly. Mo Fuzhou had died and the Mo family was already in the past. The current Mo Zhu had already changed her name. Her name was Ancestor Fan Ju, and she was hidden in a corner of the immortal world. This name was clearly derived from Han Ju's. Mo Zhu was already at the deity realm, all thanks to the human school's Tao technique. Seeing Mo Zhu, Han Ju couldn't help but recall the years in the mortal world. He sighed. Not long ago, he was still looking forward to the immortal realm. Han Ju didn't look for Mo Zhu. She had already grown up and could protect herself. If she wanted to find him, she could just come to the hidden sect. Han Ju had calculated that Mo Zhu had met Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan didn't hide Han Ju's whereabouts, but Mo Zhu never returned. Why didn't she return? She probably felt that she was unqualified. Everyone had their own ambitions. Be it Han Ju or Mo Zhu, they wouldn't risk their lives for the so-called love. Han Ju sighed and entered cultivation again. 500 years later. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Sect Master Tian Ju has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Han Ju immediately checked Sect Master Tian Ju's profile picture from his interpersonal relationships. Sect Master Tian Ju, late-stage Heavenly Tao Sage, Sect Master of Jie School, Immeasurable Emperor. His favorability towards you is at the maximum. Sect Master Tianju, who was meditating, opened his eyes and knelt down. Hanju smiled. There's no need to be so polite. Our relationship will still be the same in the future, at least on the surface. Go back. If others ask, you know what to do. Sect Master Tianju said respectfully, I understand. Hanju waved his hand and sent him to the 33rd heaven. Sect Master Tianju followed his memories and came to his Tao field. At this moment, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate appeared and followed him into the hall. After the door closed, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked curiously, why was Hanju looking for you? Sect Master Tianju replied, we chatted about the relationship between the Holy Mother sect and the Jie school. It can be considered an alliance. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate clicked his tongue in wonder. That works too. It seems that the Chan school should also establish a relationship with the Holy Mother sect. Sure, the Heavenly Tao will take sides sooner or later. We have already severed ties with the deity realm of the ruins of End. Why don't you make an alliance with fellow Daoist Han? That's true. Tianju, I believe you. I'll go prepare now. Chapter 647 Hidden Punishment Lineage, Nether Race's Predicament. Chapter 647 Hidden Punishment Lineage, Nether Race's Predicament. After releasing Sect Master Tianju, Hanju immersed himself in cultivation. Time passed. 1,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and checked his emails. During this period of time, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du left. He wanted to control the Earth immortal world and expand the providence of the Heavenly Tao. Ancestor Shitian also began to be active in the emails. He was basically attacked, but he was not severely injured for the time being. After looking around, the immortal world was safer than the chaos. The evil Heavenly Emperor and Han Tuo had been fighting almost the entire time. It was unknown who they were fighting with. After reading the emails, Hanju teleported to the second Tao field. Sweeping his sage sense out and observing the entire Earth immortal world, he caught Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's aura at the edge of the Earth immortal world. Although the Earth immortal world was already considered a little Heavenly Tao, its self-protection ability was far inferior to the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du could come and go as he pleased, and the Earth immortal world couldn't expel or resist him. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was casting a spell to gather the providence of the immortal world. Hanju didn't care. He looked at the Fiend Celestial candidates he had chosen. Yang Du, Ren Gang, and Yin Hongchen were still alive. As for the other Fiend Celestial candidates, they had long perished. Among them, Yang Du's cultivation was already infinitely close to the Emperor realm. Hanju discovered that there was some great Tao power hidden in Yang Du's body. This aura was extremely obvious to him, who had grasped the grand unity aspect. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce, then his expression became strange. He had deduced that Yang Du had gone to the infinite space to be a spy and become the top batch of reincarnators. He had obtained the lecture of the sages behind the infinite space and had actually successfully comprehended a trace of the power of the great Tao. In the past 1,000 years, the reincarnation space had already expelled the infinite space from the Earth immortal world. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had personally found that sage. After the two sages fought, that sage compromised and gave up the Earth immortal world. Not only that, but the top batch of reincarnators in the infinite space had also been forced to stay. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. Hanju thought for a moment and sent a dream to Yang Du in the dream. Yang Du was immediately excited when he saw Hanju, who was covered in divine light. He had already seen a sage, but that sage was completely incomparable to Hanju. This aura was unforgettable for him. He could tell at a glance. Greetings, Senior. Yang Du knelt down and said excitedly. If not for Hanju, he wouldn't be where he was today. Han Ju said, I've seen your growth. I'll give you two choices next. 1. Follow me immediately to my Tao field to cultivate. 2. Continue to stay in the earth immortal world and spend the rest of your life in peace. I'll look for you in 100 million years. Hearing this, Yang Du took a deep breath and said firmly, I'll go with you. He had enjoyed everything in the earth immortal world. Ever since he had joined the infinite space, what he yearned for the most was cultivation. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to be so powerful that he would no longer be subservient and be controlled by others. Han Ju was very satisfied with his determination. If you follow me, you might have to cultivate diligently for a long time, even until the earth immortal world is destroyed naturally. Are you willing? Yang Du was stunned. Han Ju's words shocked him. At the same time, he understood something else. He could live longer than the earth immortal world. I'm willing. Yang Du hurriedly said. Han Ju didn't say anything else. He directly broke through the dream and sucked Yang Du into the second Tao field. Landing in front of him, Yang Du was shocked. Han Ju began to use absolute purification on him, just in case Yang Du came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt down. Han Ju didn't say anything else. As he waited for the system to purify him, he let the great Tao of extreme origin cover Yang Du's soul, allowing him to quickly enter a state of Tao comprehension and walk the path of cultivation of the great Tao of extreme origin. As for Ren Gang and Yin Hongqian, they still had to train. Anyway, Han Ju didn't want to create chaotic fiend celestials one after another. If Yang Du wanted to fuse with the fiend celestial qi, his soul strength had to increase. Next, Han Ju planned to make him stay in the second Tao field to cultivate. 10 years later, Yang Du walked out of the Taoist temple. He looked around curiously and quickly saw Murong Qi, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, the Crimson Fox, and Dongzhuo. He was secretly shocked. These four people were unfathomable. He had never felt such fear. At this moment, Murong Qi opened his eyes and waved at him. Although they were very far apart, Yang Du could see his actions and immediately rushed over. Han Ju had already introduced him to the others. He would cultivate in peace and be polite to them. Arriving in front of Murong Qi, Yang Du cupped his fists respectfully and introduced himself. Murong Qi said, I'm Murong Qi. Your cultivation level is so low, but you can still become a chaotic fiend celestial. Where are you from? Chaotic fiend celestial? Yang Du was surprised. What was that? He didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything Murong Qi had heard of the earth immortal world. As for the reincarnation space, he had never heard of it. I didn't expect Grandmaster's control to reach so far. He's not as secluded as he looks. Murong Qi sighed. Han Ju looked like he was not fighting for providence, but he was actually secretly nurturing powerful forces with a heart as deep as the sea. Murong Qi was not disgusted. Instead, he felt safer. Only by following such a grandmaster could everything go smoothly. On the contrary, he only had a powerful cultivation level but no shrewdness. He would suffer sooner or later. Murong Qi chatted with Yang Du to get closer. Meanwhile, Han Ju returned to the main Tao field. Li Xian'eo was kneeling at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Han Ju let him in. Arriving in front of him, Li Xian'eo bowed respectfully and said, all these years, the disciples of the hidden sect who went out have returned one after another. All the personal disciples have returned. Among the in-name disciples, 8,736 have yet to return. I've already informed them one by one, but they still haven't returned. I think we can announce that they have betrayed the hidden sect and also set up a special hidden sect law enforcement hall to capture these disobedient disciples. Although the hidden sect is a land of cultivation, rules are still necessary. Han Ju said, the law enforcement hall will be controlled by Zhou Mingyue. You will help him create it. The number of people will be fixed at 10,000. They must be at the deity realm. You can let the nether race also send a portion of their clansmen. Understood. Li Xianao nodded. He was not disappointed. He was already the second guardian and couldn't control more power. Otherwise, people in the hidden sect would definitely gossip. Zhou Mingyue was the reincarnation of the previous great sage equaling heaven who had once wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. Now, he had become the disciple of the supreme Buddha, Chu Shiren. He was considered a direct descendant of Han Ju, and his cultivation was also attempting to break through to the zenith heaven realm. As the master of the law enforcement hall, he would definitely receive the help of his personal disciples. Law enforcement hall is too vulgar. Let it be the hidden punishment lineage. Han Ju thought for a moment and spoke again. Li Xianao naturally had no objections. Soon, he left. Han Ju looked at the nether race in the 100-peak immortal river. The 10,000 nether race members had all returned. However, the nether race had currently encountered a bottleneck. All the clansmen were stuck at the 6 mystic divine origin realm and could not break through. It was as if a force was suppressing their cultivation realms. Han Ju had been busy cultivating and didn't want the nether race to break through too quickly, so he didn't care. However, after so many years, the nether race couldn't hold back anymore, and the atmosphere in the clan was a little solemn. Han Ju had no choice but to use the derivation function. I want to know why the nether race can't reach the zenith heaven realm. 150 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? The value of a great Tao sage. Chapter 648 Di Jiang. Chapter 648 Di Jiang continue. Han Ju directly made his choice. The nether race was a very powerful and important force to him. He had to support them. He was still looking forward to nurturing 10,000 pseudo-sages to wreak havoc in the chaos. Han Ju entered the illusion. Opening his eyes, Han Ju came to a dark hall. On both sides stood huge stone pillars carved with mysterious ferocious beasts. The surface of the stone pillars looked transparent and there was magma surging in them, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be eerie. At the top of the sky were rolling dark clouds. They were millions of feet tall, like a world. Han Ju looked up and saw 10 huge stone statues in front of him. The stone statues were sinister and ruthless with different postures. In front of the 10 stone statues was a stone staircase that was millions of steps tall. At the top was an altar that floated high in the sky. On the altar, a burly man with a bare upper body was meditating. His black hair was wild and scattered casually. His muscles were visually impactful, like a human-shaped ferocious beast. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Di Jiang, great Tao sage, leader of the ancestral magi, immeasurable emperor, descendant of Pangu. Han Ju was shocked. The ancestral magi were really alive. Then, these 10 stone statues should be the remaining 10 ancestral magi. Even Di Jiang was still alive, so it was normal for Di Jiang to be alive. In the legends of the primordial world that Han Ju knew, the Magus race and the Demon race were the 2 strongest races in the world. In order to fight for supremacy, they stirred up the immeasurable calamity. Other than Empress Hudu who had transformed into reincarnation, all the 12 ancestral magi perished with Di Jiang and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. It was very tragic. Now it seemed that this history was not true. After all, Han Ju had never experienced that history. Di Jiang suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Who is intercepting my Magus race bloodline?" Di Jiang pinched his fingers to deduce, then his expression became strange. Hutu. Sigh, forget it. Di Jiang raised his hand to cast a spell. Seeing this, Han Ju finally understood that Di Jiang was restricting the nether race's cultivation realm. As for why, he didn't know. The dream shattered. After returning to reality, Han Ju touched his chin and thought. The best way to resolve this matter was to kill Di Jiang. However, Di Jiang had no grudge with him. He naturally wouldn't do such an immoral thing. Forget it, I'll wait a little longer. In any case, Di Jiang was contacting Empress Hudu. When the two of them met and he explained the matter, they should be able to remove the cultivation restrictions of the Nether race. Han Ju became even more emotional. This pressure on the bloodline of the later generations was like a cultivator controlled by the Great Tao. Not bad. Han Ju had also used bloodline suppression on Han Tuo, but that was done personally, unlike Di Jiang's method, which was countless spaces away. It was truly unimaginable that he could easily do it. Thinking about it carefully, Han Ju actually had no way to kill the Great Tao Sage. The previous chaotic deity and Kundi seemed to have perished, but they were actually faking their deaths, making Han Ju unable to continue targeting them. The only one who died was Undying Tao, who was severely injured by Ancestor Shitian. It was caused by his and Ancestor Shitian's combined efforts. Han Ju shook his head and laughed, not thinking about it anymore. In any case, he would surpass the Great Tao Sage sooner or later. One day, the Great Tao Sage would also be like a chicken or dog in front of him. He could be killed with ease. Immortal World, Human Imperial City. In a residence, Han Yu was meditating in the courtyard and cultivating. He was dressed in a white robe, still exuding a youth aura. He looked calm and imposing, and his face had the vicissitudes of time. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Han Ju's disciple, Long Hao. Long Hao was handsome and looked like the evil heavenly emperor. He stood with Han Yu as if Han Ju was facing him. Han Yu sensed his appearance and asked without opening his eyes, "What is it?" Long Hao chuckled. "I'm preparing to attack the Dragon Palace. Do you want to join forces? When I control the Dragon Palace, you can choose their divine weapons. You should know that the dragon race likes to collect treasures." Han Yu opened his eyes and rolled his eyes at him. He said angrily, "The last time I accompanied you to explore the mystic realm, my body was destroyed. You still want to trick me?" At this moment, Hao Tian's soul body rose above Long Hao's head. He smiled and said, "Young friend Han Yu, you can't say that. Didn't I give you the best natural treasure?" A soul body rose above Han Yu's head. This was the existence formed by the negative karma of the immeasurable calamity that Han Ju had helped Han Yu subdue, calamities vengeful. TCH, that's nothing. Han Yu can obtain a treasure of the same value with a word in the human race. The calamities vengeful snorted. His tone was very similar to Han Yu's. He knew Hao Tian. In the vast negative karma, some ghosts had seen him. Those memories had already been absorbed by the calamity. Hao Tian glared at him. How can the humans compare to the dragon race? TSK, can that human defeat the dragon race? If they fail, the human race will suffer. The two souls began to quarrel. Han Yu felt a headache. He looked at Long Hao and asked, "Must we go?" Long Hao spread his hands. "I have no choice. My master has given the order. If I don't complete it, I'm afraid I'll be expelled." Han Yu asked curiously, "Who is your master?" "The master of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal should be very strong, right? At least a pseudo-sage." He had been very curious before, but Long Hao refused to say. Long Hao smiled. "My master is a sage. How about it? Are you relieved with such a powerful backing?" Han Yu said disdainfully, "My master is also a sage. Your master has to kowtow in front of him." "Impossible." Han Yu said angrily as if he was humiliated. In his heart, Li Daokong was an indomitable mighty figure. He was the most arrogant person in the entire heavenly Tao. Long Hao chuckled, feeling even happier. Stupid kid. He deduced that Han Yu was Han Ju's descendant, but he didn't say it. Han Yu looked so similar to Han Ju. He was definitely related, that's why he had been taken in by Li Daokong. Li Daokong didn't even tell him the truth. He naturally didn't dare to interfere, lest he ruined Han Ju's plan. Alright, I'm serious. Come with me. I need you, Long Hao said solemnly. Han Yu was not weak. He had inherited Li Daokong's legacy and rarely encountered opponents of the same realm. After the heavenly Dao restarted, Long Hao's previous dragon court had long perished. There were even fewer old friends. He had previously visited some old friends, and all of them wanted to sever ties with him and were unwilling to follow him. It almost infuriated him. Helpless, he could only look for Han Yu. Long Hao said, "You can tell the human emperor about this. The human race is currently in a dilemma. If you want to make a name for yourself, you have to take the risk. Once I control the dragon race, I can help the human race. I have the bloodline of the true dragon race and am a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings are not my match, but I'm weak. I need your help to restrain the dragon race's useless troops." Of course, this was just empty talk. He wanted to prove his connections to the dragon race. Han Yu said, "I'll go find the human emperor." Go now. Long Hao urged. Han Yu could only move. 2 hours later, he appeared in the courtyard. Several people were accompanying him. They were all in the upper echelons of the human race. The human emperor was also among them. The human emperor looked to be in his 40s. He was not considered handsome, but his eyes were filled with dignity in his black robe. Chapter 649 Death in a Dream, Attack in the Netherworld. Chapter 649 Death in a Dream, Attack in the Netherworld. The human emperor stared at Long Hao and said, "Long Hao, the son of the previous heavenly emperor of the heavenly court. If I remember correctly, you have already entered the hidden sect and are seeking revenge on the dragon race. Is this your personal opinion, or is it the hidden sect's intention?" Long Hao smiled and asked, "What do you think?" The human emperor was silent. The other mighty figures looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Hidden sect. Han Yu was moved. He remembered that Li Daokong was also from the hidden sect. Then, he thought of Long Hao's words. Was this fellow really not bragging? Could Li Daokong really have to bow down to his master? Long Hao said helplessly, "There are some things that I can't say clearly, understand? I actually don't think highly of the humans. It's just Han Yu. You should know who Han Yu's master is." The human mighty figures were moved. It was all thanks to Li Daokong that the human race could be where they were today. They had naturally tried their best to collect Li Daokong's legends and had even spread them in the race. Li Daokong was a cultivator of the hidden sect. The sect master of the hidden sect was the high and mighty immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. Human emperor said excitedly, "Thank you for the opportunity the hidden sect has given us. We humans are willing to help you subdue the dragon race." Long Hao smiled. "In that case, go get ready. We'll leave at any time." "All right." The human emperor and the mighty figures immediately left. They were clearly very excited, thinking that they had boarded the hidden sect's bus. After they left, Han Yu frowned and asked, "The hidden sect has taken a liking to the humans?" If that was the case, Li Daokong would definitely give him an order, but he did not. He suspected that Long Hao was bluffing. However, it had to be said that the banner of the hidden sect was too attractive. The hidden sect had many branches. They went from the heavenly race to the 9 nether. If they could obtain their protection, the human race would be safe. Long Hao smiled. "Don't worry, I won't trick you." Han Yu looked at him deeply. "Your master is the master of the hidden sect." Then, what's my master's identity in the hidden sect?" "First Guardian." "My master is really powerful." Hee. "You're not convinced?" "I'll tell my master." "No, I'm convinced. I'm most convinced by Li Daokong." 1,000 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes again and checked his emails habitually. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor was attacked by a mysterious Tao devil, X892048, your son Han Tuo was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X10928327, your disciple Yang Tiandong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend ancestor Shitian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your grand disciple Feng Liang dreamed of the Tao ancestor when he was cultivating. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan obtained the dream of your enemy, 7 Tao sage, and left the heavenly Tao. Your good friend Empress Hudu was attacked by a mysterious force and was severely injured. Han Tuo was beaten up along with the evil heavenly emperor. Han Ju's heart didn't ache. He even wanted to laugh. He thought of the previous calamity and often saw the immortals of the heavenly court being beaten. Needless to say, it was quite interesting. He believed that the evil heavenly emperor would treat Han Tuo well. After all, he had deduced the future. Han Ju continued reading. 7 Tao sage and the Tao ancestor were both moving. It was unknown what they were plotting. Forget about Feng Liang. Now that he had become the Tao ancestor, Han Ju couldn't be bothered with him. But why did Zhou Fan leave the heavenly Tao? As for Empress Hudu, she was severely injured in the netherworld. Han Ju continued reading. After a while, he finished reading the emails and first visited Zhou Fan in his dreams. Zhou Fan was his highly regarded disciple. He couldn't ignore him. He had to at least put on a show for the 7 Tao sage. In the dream, Zhou Fan suddenly opened his eyes and looked around in horror. Han Ju asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Fan saw that it was him and hurriedly said, "Master, don't visit my dreams. I'm fighting." Han Ju immediately extinguished the dark nightmare and checked the emails. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by an inauspicious evil and was severely injured. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by an inauspicious evil. His body was destroyed and his soul was about to disperse. Your disciple Zhou Fan was protected by your enemy, 7 Tao sage. His injuries have healed and he has revived again. Han Ju looked at the 3 emails that appeared one after another and couldn't help but be silent. Oops. It seemed that he had to be more cautious next time. The dark nightmare was a great Tao mystical power that could forcefully drag people into a dream, but the other party might die if they were in battle. That was true. Han Ju suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He smiled sinisterly. He could use this to deal with enemies in the future. Han Ju stopped thinking and sent a dream to Empress Hudu. The dream was the yellow spring. Han Ju asked first, "Are you fighting?" Empress Hudu was stunned. "No, why do you ask?" Han Ju said, "I sent a dream to my disciple just now. He was fighting and almost died because of it." Empress Hudu, Han Ju remained silent. Empress Hudu was attacked by a mysterious force. The sages did not react, which meant that this matter was very hidden. How should he ask? "I was injured not long ago. A mysterious existence is spying on the netherworld." Empress Hudu suddenly sighed. She continued, "I don't know who the other party is, but his power is very strong and can counteract my power of reincarnation. He's at least a freedom sage. Otherwise, he won't be able to enter the netherworld." Han Ju said in surprise, "A freedom sage shouldn't be able to break through the power of the heavenly Tao, right?" Empress Huda said, "Perhaps he used some secret technique. His strength is indeed stronger than a heavenly Tao sage, but he's not much stronger. Furthermore, I sense a familiar aura from him, but I can't remember from where." She was a sage of reincarnation. How could she not remember this? The other party must have erased karma, preventing Empress Hudu from deducing. Han Ju asked in his mind, "I want to know who attacked Empress Hudu." For the sake of others, Han Ju really didn't want to waste his lifespan. However, if the netherworld was broken, the heavenly Tao would be in danger. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A line of words appeared in front of him. Fuxician, great Tao sage, ancestor of the human race, immeasurable emperor, ancestor of the 8 trigrams, Fuxician. Han Ju frowned. Why did this fellow become a great Tao sage? He didn't see it in the emails, either. Achieving the great Tao as soon as he died was not simple. This was cheating. Han Ju said, I have to tell the other sages about this. If you can't ask, I'll go. Empress Huda said, thank you. The dream ended. Han Ju directly came to the 33rd heaven and gathered the other sages in Sect Master Tian Ju's Tao field. He told them about Empress Huda being attacked. The sages were shocked. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in surprise, why can't we sense it? Heavenly Venerate Wufa snorted. Needless to say, the other party is far stronger than us. He can even avoid the heavenly secrets. The sages were silent. Feng Liang said, no, if the other party attacks in the heavenly Tao, it's impossible for him to avoid the power of the heavenly Tao unless he's a heavenly Tao life form. In addition, the netherworld is the lowest level of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao life form. Could it be heavenly Venerate Xian Du? Only he's far stronger than us, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate added. Han Ju glanced at him. You really know how to guess. Han Ju had no choice but to say, it shouldn't be Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. I've been contacting him. By the way, did the sages who died previously really die? Chapter 650 Primordial Origin, Primordial Fiend Celestial. Chapter 650 Primordial Origin, Primordial Fiend Celestial. You mean a sage is faking his death? Sect Master Tian Ju frowned and asked. Li Daokong mocked, the fate of you sages is indeed unpredictable. Qiu Shilai said, sage fated secrets and sage Jinan died after becoming mad sages. Li Mui was killed by fellow Daoist Han, leaving only Nuwa and Fuxician. Especially Fuxician. We didn't see him die with our own eyes. Fuxician. Feng Liang pinched his fingers to deduce and his eyes flickered. Sect Master Tian Ju said in confusion, isn't Fuxician the weakest heavenly Tao sage? How can he be far stronger than us? Even if he obtained a huge opportunity during this period of time, it's impossible for his strength to increase so quickly. Fellow Daoist Han isn't even this fast. The others also discussed. It's indeed impossible. It's not Fuxician. Could it be Nuwa? Empress Nuwa is indeed unfathomable. Previously, when we killed her, I felt that it was too easy. Could it be that Nuwa didn't die? That's right, it's her. After she died, her primordial purple chi couldn't be found at all. Doesn't this mean something? What should we do? Should we find Nuwa? Seeing that they found out the truth, Han Ju was satisfied. Feng Liang said, it's impossible to find her. The other party attacked Empress Hudu and must be targeting the heavenly Tao. We can only increase our defense against the netherworld. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked, how? We sages can't go. But if a pseudo-sage goes, they will be cannon fodder. I have a plan, which is to increase the number of mortal worlds between the netherworld and the immortal world, causing the providence of the heavenly Tao to protect the netherworld. The stronger the power of the heavenly Tao in the netherworld, the harder it is for the enemy to invade. Feng Liang's plan made the sages ponder. However, nurturing mortal worlds was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Emperor Shao suddenly said, it's fine to nurture the mortal worlds, but I think the most effective way is to move the heavenly race to the netherworld. After all, the heavenly race is a heavenly Tao race. The sages looked at him in surprise. If the heavenly race moved to the netherworld, they would definitely lose control of the immortal world. Then, who could inherit the authority of the heavenly race? They couldn't help but look at Fong Liang. Were they colluding? Han Ju was expressionless and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. In fact, this was indeed the best way to increase the power of the heavenly Tao in the netherworld. Fong Liang could only say that he took advantage of the situation. Sect Master Tian Ju looked at Han Ju and asked, "What do you think, fellow Taoist Han?" Han Ju said, "Both are feasible. During the heavenly Tao calamity, we should put down our own benefits and consider the heavenly Tao. No plan is completely identical to our losses or benefits." He wasn't afraid that Fong Liang would act recklessly. If he showed any signs of messing around, he would directly throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. The other sages naturally had no objections. Han Ju didn't participate in the rest. He returned to the 100-peak immortal river and continued cultivating. The sages moved very quickly. In less than a few months, they sent their highly regarded disciples to the bottom of the immortal world to approach the netherworld and open up a world. Although the two worlds of yin and yang were opposites, there was also a threshold. In addition, the heavenly race also began to move to the netherworld. Facing the arrangements of the sages, Ji Xianxian appeared very obedient and did not even question them. The day Fong Liang became a sage, he knew that he had lost. On the other side, the humans had attacked the dragon race many times and had been in a stalemate for hundreds of years. Finally, it ended. The dragon race had a new leader. It was Long Hao. At the same time, the two races shook hands and formed an alliance. This matter caused a huge commotion in the immortal world. The dragon race was a first-rate race with deep foundations, but they were actually defeated by the humans. The living beings who knew the inside story were shocked by the terrifying strength of the hidden sect. At first, the humans were not the dragon race's match at all. They even suffered heavy casualties because of this. Long Hao had no choice but to seek the help of the Holy Mother sect. Once the Holy Mother sect attacked, the heavenly race, the Chan school, and the Jie school also struck. Before they even fought, the dragon race couldn't withstand the pressure and raised the white flag. The commotion caused by this matter was ultimately covered up by the matter of the heavenly race moving to the netherworld. After the heavenly race headed to the netherworld, the heavenly Tao lineage controlled by Fong Liang began to call itself the immortal gods and took control of the heavenly rules of the world. This was the difference between a sage and a mortal. A sage could decide the authority of the heavenly Tao's myriad worlds with a few words. They didn't even need to threaten with force. Time flew. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and habitually checked his emails. Han Tuo and the evil heavenly emperor were still being beaten. How bitter. Although he was being beaten, Han Tuo's cultivation was increasing very quickly. He was already at the late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. Battle was very effective. After reading the emails, Han Ju asked in his mind, "Will Fong Liang become my enemy in the future?" The heavenly Tao sect was recruiting immortals again with a huge commotion. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? TSK, was Fong Liang already equivalent to the heavenly Tao? Continue. No, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he did not deal with Fong Liang was that he believed in him. Although Fong Liang had become the Tao ancestor, he might not tell him his ambitions and plans. Will Fong Liang betray the heavenly Tao? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, after receiving a clear answer, Han Ju was completely relieved. However, this was only Fong Liang. Han Ju couldn't deduce the Tao ancestor's true intentions. Han Ju looked at the netherworld. Ever since the heavenly race moved to the netherworld, a large amount of the heavenly Tao's providence surged there, causing it to no longer be covered in dark clouds. Sunlight even appeared. The light formed by providence and the power of reincarnation increased, causing the order of the netherworld to also recover. The ghost deities also benefited. Only the immortals of the heavenly race were unhappy. Only their benefits were damaged. In short, everything was developing in a good direction. Han Ju's gaze passed through the netherworld and spied the dark forbidden zone outside. He suddenly saw something. It was a stone tablet with a coffin behind it. There were all sorts of strange patterns carved on the coffin as if ghosts were about to rush out at any moment. Seeing this coffin, Han Ju felt inexplicably terrified. He couldn't sense the aura of the coffin and the stone tablet at all. If he didn't see them coincidentally, he would probably take a long time to discover them. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. He couldn't deduce the origin of this coffin. He had no choice but to use the derivation function. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive? It was even more valuable than the ancestor. Han Ju was even more nervous and carefully chose to continue. Primordial origin, transformed from the primordial chaos fiend celestial. The primordial chaos fiend celestial was the last opponent of Pangu among the 3,000 fiend celestials. After being defeated, it sacrificed itself and transformed into the primordial chaos realm so the great Tao exists forever. After absorbing the primordial chi, the primordial chaos fiend celestial will transform and become a primordial fiend celestial. Primordial chaos tablet, the primordial chaos fiend celestial's birth supreme treasure. It can absorb the dermic powers of all primordial chaos realm living beings. Primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju widened his eyes. So other than him, there was really a primordial fiend celestial. Was the Tao ancestor not targeting him? This thing was a little strong. He was Pangu's last opponent. It was equivalent to being second only to Pangu among the 3,000 fiend celestials. Han Ju had to ask cautiously, when will he enter the heavenly Tao? Chapter 651 Taking Refuge, Choosing Fiend Celestial Candidates. Chapter 651 Taking Refuge, Choosing Fiend Celestial Candidates, 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that primordial origin and the heavenly Tao reject each other, so it can't enter the heavenly Tao. Primordial origin doesn't have any ill intentions towards the heavenly Tao either. No ill intentions. Then, why was he here? Han Ju continued to derive and deducted another 200 billion years of his lifespan. He is avoiding a powerful existence. As for what it is, the system cannot derive it. So, he was here to hide. Han Ju hesitated to establish a connection with primordial origin. Once this fellow successfully transformed, he would be the same as him. No. Wouldn't this expose that he was a primordial fiend celestial? In any case, this fellow did not want to harm the heavenly Tao. It didn't matter to him. After Han Ju made up his mind, he looked away. The appearance of primordial origin made Han Ju feel a sense of danger. He still had to speed up the nurturing of the chaotic fiend celestials. Han Ju called Great Lu's Heaven into the Taoist temple. Great Lu's Heaven's cultivation was already at the perfected pseudosage realm. It was very suitable for him to directly transform into a chaotic fiend celestial. It just so happened that Han Ju did not want to give him the great Tao purple chi. He suppressed his excitement and greeted Han Ju. He had been in the 100-peak immortal river for a period of time. Han Ju finally called for him. Could it be to attain the Tao? Great Lu's Heaven's heart that had experienced the vicissitudes of time began to tremble. The first thing Han Ju said was, Great Lu's Heaven, is your goal to be a sage or higher? Great Lu's Heaven was stunned. Although he was a mighty figure of the immortal world, Great Lu's Heaven didn't know about the deity realm of the ruins of End and the extraordinary person hidden in the depths of the chaos. Even if he had gone to the deity realm of the ruins of End, he couldn't come into contact with such an existence. Great Lu's Heaven asked carefully, what do you mean? Han Ju said, I'll give you two choices now. One is to attain the Tao and become a heavenly Tao sage. But this is the end. 2. I'll give you a supreme bloodline and help you gain the potential to surpass the sages. There's an even wider world outside the heavenly Tao. Do you know how I obtained my status? If I was only an ordinary sage, how can the other sages give the hidden sect a chance to develop? It's only because I've already surpassed the heavenly Tao sages. Even if the current sages join forces, they won't be my match. Han Ju's tone was firm and confident. Great Loose Heaven was fascinated. What price does the second choice require? Han Ju said, pain. The process of replacing the bloodline is very painful. In addition, I'll move you to another place to cultivate diligently later. It's equivalent to losing your freedom. I'll only let you go after the Great Tao Calamity ends. Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity. Great Loose Heaven was secretly shocked. Although he didn't understand what the Great Tao Immeasurable Calamity was, when he thought of the Heavenly Devil Calamity and the Flame Race's Calamity, it was obvious that the Heavenly Tao was not as safe as before. Great Loose Heaven fell into a dilemma. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. He believed that Great Loose Heaven would make the right choice. If not for the fact that it was very difficult to get creation spirit stones, how could Han Ju choose Great Loose Heaven? This was a huge opportunity. After a long while, Great Loose Heaven looked up and said, I choose the second path. Sect Master, please bestow me a supreme bloodline. His bloodline potential was already top-notch in the Heavenly Tao, but he believed that Han Ju would not lie to him. Han Ju waved his hand and took Great Loose Heaven into the primordial world. He then directly crushed his body with the power of freedom and extracted his soul. Great Loose Heaven was shocked, but he did not shout or scream. Instead, he waited nervously. Han Ju took him to the Fiend Celestial Chi. Looking at the balls of Fiend Celestial Chi in front of him, Great Loose Heaven's soul trembled. He felt like he was facing his natural enemy. A fatal sense of danger constantly corroded his heart. Han Ju hesitated for a while and decided to give the Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial to Great Loose Heaven. The Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial had the same effect as the Avatar Fiend Celestial. It could split into countless Great Tao shadows and was one of the earliest Fiend Celestial Dharma idols that Han Ju had comprehended. The fusion process was even more painful than Great Loose Heaven imagined, but in order not to embarrass himself in front of Han Ju, he still endured it. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. Seeing that Great Loose Heaven had already adapted to the power of the Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial, Han Ju no longer used his dermic powers to protect him. He turned his attention back to reality and started cultivating. He had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. When he opened his eyes again, Han Ju stretched lazily. Such a cultivation pattern had already become a habit. If he didn't cultivate for 1,000 years, he would feel uncomfortable all over. 2,000 years passed. Dozens of new worlds had already appeared at the border of the two worlds. The heavenly race had also completely adapted to the days in the netherworld. Han Ju looked at the immortal world and decided to choose some Fiend Celestial candidates. Previously, the Flame race had attacked the immortal world. In terms of high-level combat strength, the immortal world was already behind. Han Ju had a feeling. The Flame race was not the strongest race in the chaos. His gaze landed on the Reroll world and on the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. After more than 100,000 years, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was still around. It was the strongest holy land in the Reroll world. It was all thanks to the white-robed Buddha's support. However, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was no longer the same as before. The old location of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was already barren, far from the current Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Han Ju suddenly wanted to take a walk. He sent out a soul thought and transformed into a clone to descend on the old location of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The mountains here were undulating. The 18 peaks of the Jade Pure Sect were no longer there. There were even very few people here. As he walked in the forest, the sunlight shone on Han Ju through the cracks among the leaves. Images of the past appeared in his mind. For some reason, Han Ju thought of the previous sect master of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Li Qingzi. Are you satisfied with the current Jade Pure Sacred Sect? Han Ju muttered in an emotional tone. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao had restarted and Li Qingzi's soul had long dissipated. He didn't have a chance to see the Jade Pure Sacred Sect again. Han Ju didn't use his sage sense to scan the surroundings. Instead, he blocked his senses and walked around as if he was traveling the forest. Half a day later, Han Ju stuffed a manual into a crack in a mountain. It was the 6 Paths of Reincarnation technique. If someone could obtain this manual and enter Han Ju's vision, he could become a fiend celestial candidate. His soul thought returned to his body. Han Ju's gaze turned to the immortal world. It was better to choose from the immortal world. The growth period of living beings in the mortal world was too long. For example, Yang Du was still far from becoming a pseudo-sage. For some reason, Han Ju suddenly thought of Han Ming. After parting with Han Tuo, Han Ming cultivated in seclusion alone. He had not come out of seclusion for more than 10,000 years. Han Ju had severed the karma between them. However, Han Ming treated Han Tuo very well in this life, which made him feel better. This kid's favorability towards Han Ju was already 6 stars. He shouldn't stab him in the back. The current Han Ming was already at the 6 mystic divine origin realm but couldn't break through to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. This was the limit of his potential. He wouldn't advance unless he became the disciple of a mighty figure. Han Ju sent him a voice transmission. Han Ming, who was cultivating in the cave abode, suddenly opened his eyes. Han Ming. Han Ju's voice sounded again, making Han Ming understand that he was not hallucinating. This voice. Han Ming couldn't forget it. Han Ming suppressed the huge waves in his heart and asked, "What is it? Want to join the hidden sect? You need me?" "No. I'm just giving you an opportunity." "Then forget it. I don't want to cause trouble for you. I already owe you a lot." Han Ming shook his head. He had also hated Han Ju's ruthlessness in the past, but if not for him, the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't have helped him reincarnate. Therefore, he only felt reverence and gratitude towards Han Ju and didn't even dare to approach him. Chapter 652 Merit to the Heavenly Tao, Mysterious Senior. Chapter 652 Merit to the Heavenly Tao, Mysterious Senior. Hearing Han Ming's answer, Han Ju was speechless. "Do you want me to say it? You're not giving me face." Han Ju remained silent. Han Ming was also silent. After calming down, Han Ming realized that there was something wrong with his words. Han Ju wouldn't look for him for no reason. Han Ming asked again, "Are you still there?" Alright, I'm willing to join the hidden sect." "Then pack up." "Alright." 5 minutes later, Han Ming left for the 100-peak Immortal River. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind and quickly entered cultivation again. Several years later, Han Ming came to the 100-peak Immortal River and was directly taken into the Daoist temple by Han Ju. He didn't let Han Ming out but stayed in the Daoist temple to cultivate. Han Ming sat on a mat and carefully glanced at him. Shining with divine light, he was unable to see Han Ju's true body. This was the first time he felt this pressure. Han Ming took a deep breath. He had also fantasized about cultivating beside Han Ju in the past, but he knew that the other party was cold and could only be delusional. Now that it had become reality, he actually felt that it was unreal. Han Ming mocked himself. What was he thinking? He stopped thinking and focused on cultivating. Han Ju didn't say anything to him. Perhaps he wanted to see his cultivation attitude and potential. He couldn't lose face. Little did he know that the reason why Han Ju ignored him was to complete the requirement of 1,000 years of seclusion. His cultivation couldn't be interrupted. Outside the 33rd heaven, the sages gathered in the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had already returned. He scanned the sages and said, "Fellow Taoist Han and I joined forces and obtained the Earth Immortal World. Next, I plan to fuse the Earth Immortal World into the Heavenly Tao and create a spatial tunnel between the two worlds to connect them." Earth Immortal World. The sages looked at each other. They had all heard of this world. In the past, the Earth Immortal World was also a part of the Immortal World. Just like the ancient Desolate, after the Battle of the Sages, the primordial world shattered and split into many pieces. Now, only the Immortal World remained in the Heavenly Tao. Qiu Shilai said, "Yes, just tell us if you need us to do anything." The other sages did not have any objections and felt that this matter was not too big. Emperor Shao said, "Recently, a mysterious coffin appeared outside the netherworld. Its aura is unfathomable. I don't dare to approach it. It's still up to the Heavenly Venerate to decide." Oh. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du couldn't help but look outside the netherworld. After a while, he saw Primordial Origin's coffin. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately vanished. The other sages followed closely behind. The sages came to Primordial Origin's coffin together. Fang Liang stared at it and frowned. The stone tablet in front of the coffin did not move, but it caused the sages' hearts to palpitate. What is this? When did it appear? Emperor Shao, why didn't you say so earlier? I just discovered it not long ago. Besides, the Heavenly Venerate wasn't present. Do you dare to investigate? In any case, I don't dare. Why didn't I find this before? Could it be that this is the item that attacked Empress Hudu earlier? The sages communicated in a low voice. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sent a voice transmission to Empress Hudu. Soon, she appeared. Did this thing hurt you? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du pointed at Primordial Origin's coffin and asked. Empress Hudu shook her head. No, the aura is completely different. What is this? Who is hidden in the coffin? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, we're not sure either. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate raised his eyebrows. Should we think of a way to suppress it? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du shook his head. He carefully stared at Primordial Origin's coffin and fell into deep thought. At this moment, the stone tablet shook violently, startling all the sages. They took out their respective supreme treasures and waited solemnly. Streaks of blood appeared on the stone tablet. Words were written on it like long bleeding worms. Soon, a line of words appeared. It was difficult to understand. The sages couldn't understand. Fang Liang read, born in chaotic times, merit to the heavenly Tao, died of fate, and was reborn in the primordial chaos. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked in surprise, you can understand it? Fang Liang said, the Tao ancestor taught me such words. They are written by the chaotic fiend celestial. The sages were deep in thought. They couldn't understand, so they didn't dare to confirm if Fang Liang was telling the truth. Li Daokong said, let's think of a way to eliminate it or drive it away. Shi Dudao nodded. I agree. Li Daokong glanced at him with disdain. Shi Dudao pretended not to see it. Merit to the heavenly Tao, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du muttered. Fang Liang said, it should be a chaotic fiend celestial in the coffin. As for this stone tablet, it's probably a supreme treasure. We should be careful. The sages nodded and continued to discuss how to deal with Primordial Origin. Han Ju opened his eyes. He entered seclusion for another 1,000 years in joy. He had already begun to treat 1,000 years as a day. He was improving every day. This feeling was too satisfying. Han Ju looked at Han Ming beside him. In the past 1,000 years, Han Ming had also been cultivating diligently and had never spoken. He was very well behaved. Not bad. Han Ju directly teleported them to the second Dao field. Han Ming opened his eyes and discovered that the Daoist temple had changed. Han Ju said, "Cultivate here in the future. You can take a walk outside. There are a total of 5 people in this Dao field including you. Listen to Murong Qi in the future." Murong Qi. Han Ming noted it down silently. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Murong Qi. After telling him Han Ming's background, he returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. He stood in the Daoist temple and stretched, checking his emails. Your son Han Tua has invaded a little heavenly Dao. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your enemy, Wuxia. He was severely injured. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has entered the Dark Forbidden Zone. Your disciple Long Hao has absorbed the providence of the dragon race and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tua was attacked by a little heavenly Dao lifeform, X6720239, your good friend Ancestor Shitian has entered the Ancient Desolate. Your good friend Pan Xian has entered the Ancient Desolate. Your descendant Han Yu received a dream from your enemy, Nuwa. His cultivation has increased greatly. Recently, Wuxia had been very active. Even Nuwa had begun to move around and had even found Han Yu. There was definitely a conspiracy. Han Ju continued reading. After he finished reading all the emails, he sent a dream to Han Yu. In the dream, Han Yu opened his eyes and saw Han Ju, who was glowing with divine light. He immediately became vigilant. What's going on? An illusion? Han Yu frowned as if he was facing a great enemy. Han Ju smiled teasingly. Little fellow, you don't remember me? Han Yu's eyes widened when he heard the voice, and he said with a trembling voice, Senior, it's you? Although he had already acknowledged Li Dao Kong as his master, he would never forget the mysterious mighty figure who had given him a cultivation technique. If not for that mighty figure, how could he have cultivated to a level that satisfied Li Dao Kong? So you still remember me? I thought you forgot about me after becoming my disciple. Han Ju smiled. Han Yu hurriedly cupped his fists. I will never forget Senior's kindness. What instructions do you have for me, Senior? Han Ju said, has anyone visited you in your dreams recently? Han Yu frowned. He couldn't help but think of Nuwa's dream. Why did it attract this mysterious senior? Nuwa was an existence that surpassed sages. This mysterious senior was definitely not weak. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to sense it. Chapter 653 Ancestor, Laozi's Choice. Chapter 653 Ancestor, Laozi's Choice, I'm asking you a question. Can you tell me? Han Ju saw Han Yu lost in thought and couldn't help but interrupt him. What was this kid pretending to be? If he continued pretending, Han Ju would throw him into the primordial heavenly prison. Han Yu came back to his senses and hesitated. Nuwa has also done me a favor. I'm afraid, Han Ju said angrily, do you know who I am? You are. I'm your ancestor. Impossible. Han Yu subconsciously rejected him. He had seen Han Tua before. He was very annoying and pretentious. Han Yu suddenly thought of something, and his expression shook. His body couldn't help but tremble. The painful memories that had been sealed in the depths of his heart appeared. Back then, when he was in the greatest despair, he had begged his ancestor Han Tua to save the Han family. Han Tua had not replied to him. While he was filled with anger and hatred, a savior he had never imagined appeared. It was his ancestor's ancestor. After so many years, Han Yu had also tried to find his life-saving ancestor, but he had never found him. So, he has been taking care of me all along. He even gave me a cultivation technique. Han Yu was touched and aggrieved. Although he already had descendants, in front of his ancestors, he would always be a child. Seeing Han Yu's eyes turn red, Han Ju had a headache. He hated such emotional scenes the most. Since you know who I am, you also know why I helped you. Now, you should also understand why Nuwa is looking for you, Han Ju snorted and said sternly. Han Yu's emotions were interrupted. He was a deity realm existence, after all. He naturally wouldn't act like a child anymore. He was no fool. There was no love in the world without a reason. Why did Nuwa look for him? Did she really think highly of his talent? Han Yu's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Yu took a deep breath and said, Nuwa told me that the Heavenly Tao sages are not really doing this for the good of the Heavenly Tao. She was plotted against by the sages and had no choice but to pretend to die. She wanted to nurture me to become a sage and let me lead the human race to ascend to the Heavenly Tao race again. Nuwa still remembered the humans. In Han Ju's impression, Nuwa cared more about the demons than humans. Otherwise, with the backing of a sage, how could the human race be in trouble? Han Ju asked in his mind, is what Han Yu said true? 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Nuwa did tell him that. Han Ju looked at him and said, since we've already acknowledged each other, I'll preach the Tao for you. Han Yu was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Han Ju immediately used the great Tao of extreme origin to drown Han Yu's consciousness, making him immersed in the vastness of the great Tao. After a certain period of time, Han Yu opened his eyes. It was as if he had a dream. Once he woke up, the world he knew had already changed drastically. With Han Ju's help, he could be considered to have truly come into contact with the great Tao. Although he had yet to truly step into the great Tao of extreme origin, he had at least laid the foundation. After comprehending the great Tao, Han Yu's senses and thoughts changed drastically. His entire temperament also became much more stable. Han Yu suddenly thought of something and muttered with a vexed expression, I forgot to ask for my ancestor's name. Sigh. Although it was a sigh, Han Yu quickly smiled. In the past, he always felt lonely. Now that he saw Han Ju, he understood that he also had someone to care about. His heart was warm. He thought of Han Tuo again. Humph. Just you wait, I will definitely surpass you. Han Yu's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He spent 50 years preaching to Han Yu. After Han Ju severed the dream, he didn't start cultivating immediately. Instead, he looked at Primordial Origin's coffin outside the netherworld. Primordial Origin's coffin was still there, and the Primordial Chaos Tablet did not move. However, Han Ju felt the remnant aura of the sages nearby. It seemed that the sages had already discovered Primordial Origin some time ago. Han Ju looked at the Heavenly Tao. It was invisible, but the providence of the Heavenly Tao wrapped the immortal world and the myriad worlds like a huge barrier. He discovered that a line appeared beside this huge barrier. The other end of this providence line entered the darkness and was connected to the distant Earth immortal world. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du also returned. After hesitating for a moment, Han Ju still decided to find Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. He arrived outside the 33rd heaven and had just appeared in the Universal Hall when the door opened. Han Ju arrived in front of Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "You're here for the mysterious coffin outside the netherworld, right?" Han Ju nodded. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sighed. "I've contacted Master. This coffin has a powerful background. He escaped from the ancient desolate. The reason why he came to the Heavenly Tao is to use the Heavenly Tao's providence to avoid the inauspicious evil and Tao devils." Han Ju asked in surprise, "The Heavenly Tao can also block the inauspicious evil and Tao devils?" Previously, an inauspicious deity had infiltrated the immortal world. If not for the strange deity going to devour it, the immortal world would definitely be in chaos. That's right. This is also why the inauspicious evil is only in the dark forbidden zone, while the Tao devils are only in the deity realm of the ruins of End. The heavenly Tao might not be powerful, but its rules are extremely high. Like giant god Pangu, the heavenly Tao is definitely the safest place in the chaos, but it's also the place with the most shackles. It's like a prison. You can be safe in it, but you won't be able to escape it. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du nodded. Han Ju asked, if the inauspicious evil infiltrates the heavenly Tao, what does that mean? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du shook his head. Impossible. The next second, he seemed to have thought of something and looked terrified. Han Ju was already making it clear. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du stood up and said, I have to tell Master. Han Ju nodded and left. After returning to the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Ju felt relaxed. It had to be said that it was really good to have Heavenly Venerate Xian Du around. He could do anything. Han Ju thought of Li Qingzi inexplicably. Back then, he had always cultivated in peace. Li Qingzi was always busy with everything in the sect. At most, Li Qingzi would ask him what to do. Sigh. He was really getting old and nostalgic. Han Ju laughed at himself. He continued cultivating. 800 years later. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sent him a voice transmission, saying that he had something to discuss. Han Ju replied that he had to enter seclusion for 1,000 years. He was still 200 years away. Although Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was puzzled, he could only agree. After the 1,000 years were up, Han Ju came to the Universal Hall to see him. Han Ju asked, what is it? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, I've asked. They are inauspicious deities. They are existences who have developed intelligence among the inauspicious evil. Now, there are mysterious existences among the inauspicious deities who have gathered them and might be about to succeed. They can't affect the heavenly Tao for the time being. We can be at ease. Oh. Han Ju responded. He was very curious about Laozi. Laozi seems to be biased towards the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, be it the inauspicious deity or the chaotic Fian Celestial's coffin, we can ignore them. This time, I've returned from the deity realm of the ruins of End and brought a prodigy. Fellow Taoist Han, do you want to take him in as your disciple? Giving me a disciple of the human school? Do you want to plant spies? Han Ju rolled his eyes. Chapter 654 Guan Bubi. Chapter 654 Guan Bubi. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du rolled his eyes and said, since you're so afraid of spies, why did you accept Li Daokong and Li Xianeo? It's different. Li Mui was chasing after them. He. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du didn't want to talk to him. Although Li Mui made him unhappy, the human school had lost its face, after all. He didn't want to mention it lest it hurt Han Ju's relationship with him. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said seriously, this child is not simple. He was a freedom sage in his previous life and died when he tried to break through to the great Tao in the chaos. He's a connate life form with the highest potential. He might even reach the potential of a chaotic fiend celestial in the future. Han Ju asked in surprise, if he's so powerful, why are you giving him to me? Because he doesn't submit to me. In the heavenly Tao, only you can subdue him. Why do we have to subdue him? He has too many enemies in the deity realm of the ruins of End. I want to rope him into the heavenly Tao, but he holds it in disdain. Fellow Taoist Han, this child values relationships. Once he acknowledges you, he will definitely not leave the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du stared at Han Ju and said helplessly. The current heavenly Tao was weak. If he did not rope in some geniuses from the outside world and relied on himself to develop, it would be too slow. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, all right, where is he? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, when he comes, I'll tell him to go to the 100-peak Immortal River to find you. All right. Han Ju and Heavenly Venerate Xian Du chatted about the reincarnation space again. Although he had already successfully grasped the Earth immortal world, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du did not plan to give up on the reincarnation space. Immortal Emperor Samsara and the disciples of the human school who controlled the reincarnation space would use the providence of the Earth immortal world to attain the Tao. There would only be 2 heavenly Tao sages in the Earth immortal world. This was Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's guarantee to Han Ju. Not only that, but the other sage sects were also not allowed to enter the Earth immortal world. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and Han Ju were only separated by the Earth immortal world. Han Ju was very satisfied with this. If Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was really impartial, Han Ju would suspect him. No matter how powerful an existence was, they would still want benefits. You couldn't see it, but the difference in cultivation realm was huge. After chatting, Han Ju returned to the 100-peak immortal river. He sent his consciousness into the primordial world in his body. Great Loose Heaven's transformation process was about to end smoothly. Han Ju hoped that the heavenly Tao would reduce the tribulation and give him time to develop. More than 600 years later, a man appeared outside the 100-peak immortal river. He wore a blue robe and looked imposing. The arrogance that emitted from his bones was very obvious. I am Guan Bubi. I'm recommended by Heavenly Venerate Xian Du to visit the sect master of the hidden sect, the blue-robed man said. His voice spread throughout the 100-peak immortal river, waking all the disciples. Han Ju was busy cultivating in seclusion and didn't pay attention to him immediately. After waiting for a day, Guan Bubi was furious and immediately rushed to the universal hall outside the 33rd heaven. Seeing Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, he asked, "Why is that immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage ignoring me?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had a headache. He likes to enter seclusion for 1,000 years every time. Previously, when I looked for him, I had to wait until his seclusion ended. Guan Bubi frowned. Why is this person so pretentious? It's not pretending. He prioritizes cultivation. Aren't you such a person? Guan Bubi was silent. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said earnestly, "Immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage kill Tao heavenly devil and the dark sage king. How many mighty figures in the deity realm of the ruins of End want to kill him? But they can't. Following him, you will have the opportunity to surpass your previous life. I've already told you about his growth speed. You should understand." Hearing this, Guan Bubi turned around and left. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du closed his eyes. Han Ju entered seclusion for another 1,000 years. Unknowingly, he was already 170,000 years old. Time truly did not spare anyone. In the blink of an eye, the stars had shifted. Han Ju opened his eyes and moved the champion, who had been waiting outside the 100-peak immortal river for 10 years, into his Tao field. More than 300 years ago, Han Ju knew that Guan Bubi came. At that time, it even caused a system notification. Detected bearer of connate providence, check its origin. Seeing this notification, Han Ju sighed. It had been a long time. He checked the information again. Guan Bubi, late-stage zenith heaven golden immortal realm, freedom reincarnation, connate life form, invincible heart, chaotic profound technique. In his previous life, he was attacked when he was attempting to break through to the great Dao fruit and had no choice but to reincarnate as a remnant soul. Han Ju wasn't looking forward to Guan Bubi, to begin with, so he didn't break his own cultivation rule for this. It was a good opportunity to suppress him. At that time, the words that Guan Bubi said sounded extremely conceited. With such a personality, if he really acknowledged Han Ju as his master, he might cause many troubles in the future. Guan Bubi opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived at a Taoist temple. His gaze landed on Han Ju, who was covered in divine light and looked extremely mysterious. He curled his lips slightly. How pretentious. This guy was even better at pretending than him. Guan had been wandering around the immortal world for the past few years and didn't expect to return and wait for another 10 years. He was a little dissatisfied with Han Ju. He did not speak. Han Ju didn't say anything either. The Taoist temple fell silent and the atmosphere was awkward. In the end, Guan couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Xian Du didn't tell you clearly?" Han Ju smiled. Calling him Xian Du by name, "It seems that you don't care about heavenly venerate Xian Du. In that case, why do you want to become my disciple?" Guan said, "No matter how strong heavenly venerate Xian Du is, he's only at the freedom realm. I was also at this realm in my previous life and was of the same generation as him. As for why I wanted to acknowledge you as my master, it's because you're a chaotic fiend celestial. The great Tao realm is not difficult for you to attain." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. From the sound of it, it was very easy for a chaotic fiend celestial to become a great Tao sage. At least, this had already spread. Guan believed it firmly. Han Ju said, "You can acknowledge me as your master. From now on, you can only stay in my Tao field. You are not allowed to leave without my orders." Guan said, "All right, but I have to make one thing clear. Once I reach the freedom realm, I have to leave and pursue my great Tao. In the future, if I attain the great Tao, I will still acknowledge you as my master. As long as you don't go against my principles, you can entrust anything to me." His tone was neither humble nor servile. It was as if he was discussing a cooperation with Han Ju. Han Ju reached out and sucked Guan in front of him, directly using absolute purification on him. Guan said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" He couldn't break free from Han Ju's dermic powers and couldn't move, so he was a little flustered. After all, he was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal now. Han Ju said calmly, "You fled from the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'm worried that you have other mighty figures' tricks on you. I'll help you eliminate them. Don't worry. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't go to so much trouble." Guan heaved a sigh of relief. After the absolute purification ended, Han Ju let Li Xianao arrange a residence and opened the authority of the simulation trial for Guan At this point, Han Ju had another disciple. When the personal disciples learned of this, they came to visit Guan However, he directly entered seclusion and did not see them. This made the personal disciples unhappy. Li Xianao said meaningfully, "This new disciple is at the late stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm." Chapter 655 Calamity Race, Confrontation. Chapter 655 Calamity Race, Confrontation. Han Ju didn't dislike Guan conceitedness. At least, he didn't mock the other disciples or show off his cultivation. The first thing he did after entering the sect was to enter seclusion. This determination made Han Ju very satisfied. The path of cultivation was indeed not lonely. Han Ju started to check his emails. The emails in the past 10,000 years were no different, but there was nothing that caught his attention. After reading the emails, Han Ju continued cultivating. 4,000 years passed in a flash. Han Ju opened his eyes and teleported to the second Tao field. His eyes narrowed, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Great Loose Heaven. Great Loose Heaven had already successfully transformed into the Shadow Flood Fiend Celestial. After landing, Great Loose Heaven fell into a daze. He suddenly woke up and hurriedly knelt down. "Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master. Great Loose Heaven will forever be loyal to you." Great Loose Heaven said excitedly. With his 6-star favorability towards him, Han Ju believed that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Han Ju smiled. "Go out. Cultivate here in the future and listen to Murong Qi." "All right." Great Loose Heaven did not say anything else. After bowing, he walked out of the Taoist temple. Murong Qi and the others sensed his aura and immediately walked over. Learning that Great Loose Heaven had also transformed into a chaotic fiend celestial, they congratulated him. After knowing that Great Loose Heaven was a terrifying existence at the perfected pseudosage realm, Yang Du became even more nervous. At the same time, he looked forward to his future even more. Everyone here was a chaotic fiend celestial. He would be the next. Great Loose Heaven knew that there were actually other chaotic fiend celestials. He was even more shocked, but he hid it in his heart. What was the sect master trying to do? Cultivate a chaotic fiend celestial army? There were already 4 chaotic fiend celestials. There would be more in the future. Great Loose Heaven thought of the scene of a group of chaotic fiend celestials coming out of seclusion and sweeping through the chaos in the future. His blood boiled and his fighting spirit soared. Han Ju didn't leave the second Dao field immediately. He began to observe Ren Gang and Yin Hongchen. The two of them were already Grand Unity true immortals. Ever since Yang Du, they had become top reincarnators in the reincarnation space. Han Ju didn't ask Immortal Emperor Samsara to take care of them. They could reach this point because of their own efforts. It was worth mentioning that there were some conflicts between the two of them. They had fought before and there was no outcome. After entering the reincarnation space, the two of them soared into the sky. They were even stronger than Yang Du back then. Apart from their own potential that was higher than Yang Du's, it was all thanks to the reincarnation space that had already occupied the Earth immortal world and enjoyed its providence. The speed at which the reincarnators became stronger was several times faster than before. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to visit them in their dreams and preach the Tao to them. He directly pulled the two of them into the same dream. Without waiting for their reaction, the great Tao of extreme origin drowned their consciousness. At the edge of the galaxy, there was a planet shining with countless lights. Thousands of space stations circled around it. There were as many flying transports as there were locusts. On the planet, a majestic building was surrounded by clouds. At the highest level, a woman sat on the shiny glass floor. The walls were filled with technological light and were dazzling. She wore a tight black cultivation robe that accentuated her figure perfectly. She was Yin Hongchen. She suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were confused and her body trembled slightly. After a long time, she calmed down and muttered, "Was that a dream?" "No, my cultivation level has actually increased by quite a bit. It must be the work of that mysterious senior who taught me my cultivation back then." Yin Hongchen's eyes lit up. She was already a top-notch reincarnator. She had tried all sorts of rewards in the reincarnation space and had never experienced such an experience. Yin Hongchen couldn't help but be curious about that senior. Who was he? Why was he nurturing her? Unable to figure it out, Yin Hongchen began to recall what she comprehended. Extreme origin, on the other side, on a meteor. A burly man with a naked upper body sat in a huge pit. His black hair fluttered slightly and his aura was wild. He was the other fiend celestial candidate Han Ju had chosen, Ren Gang. Ren Gang slowly opened his eyes. He was also shocked by the great Tao of extreme origin. "Who are you? Am I not an orphan?" Ren Gang's expression became complicated. This unparalleled expert who ruled the Milky Way began to worry. After returning to the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Ju didn't continue cultivating. Instead, he preached the Tao to the disciples. Under the attack of the hidden punishment lineage, the disciples who went out and didn't return had been captured. The disciples who didn't return were all dead. This time, Guan Bubi was immersed in the lecture. 100 years passed quickly. Guan Bubi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars. After becoming his disciple, he didn't have a good impression of Han Ju. This time, he directly reached 5 stars. Indeed, he had to show his strength. Han Ju smiled. He was looking forward to being undefeated. He could sense that Guan Bubi had already stepped into the great Tao of extreme origin. His comprehension speed was faster than all the other disciples. The prodigies from the chaos were indeed different. He planned to nurture Guan until he was invincible. He wasn't afraid of him betraying the sect after that. After all, there was the primordial heavenly prison. Han Ju already wanted to arrange a chaotic fiend celestial position for Guan. Sages, come to the Universal Hall immediately. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice suddenly entered Han Ju's ears, his tone revealing a hint of anxiety. Surprised, Han Ju immediately looked at the netherworld. Indeed. A large amount of aura approached from the dark forbidden zone outside the netherworld as if it wanted to drown it. Inauspicious evil? No, although it was invisible, the aura was strong and not as mysterious as the inauspicious evil. Han Ju frowned. He immediately headed to the Universal Hall. In the Universal Hall, the sages gathered and discussed the mysterious aura outside the netherworld. Han Ju didn't interrupt. When Heavenly Venerate Xian Du suddenly appeared, the sages turned to look at him. The impatient South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was the first to ask, "Who is it this time?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sighed. The Calamity race is the strongest race in the deity realm of the ruins of End. This time, they have the backing of Wuxia and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. As expected, Wuxia is not dead. His backing is Nuwa. Nuwa is the first-generation sage and has long been a great Dao sage. She was an important pawn left behind by the first-generation sages to supervise the next heavenly Dao sages. After the Dao ancestor disappeared, the situation of the Calamity changed drastically. That was why she escaped. Wuxia is a sage supported by Nuwa. They're actually siblings. Wuxia and Nuwa are united. This Calamity is equivalent to a showdown. The sages frowned. They were not surprised that Nuwa was still alive. After all, they had guessed so before. Feng Liang asked, "How's the Calamity race compared to the Flame race?" Shi Dudao snorted. "They must be stronger. Otherwise, would they be sent here just to die?" Li Daokong smiled disdainfully. "That's right." The sages looked at them in surprise. Why were these two sages suddenly on the same side? Feng Liang, Shi Dudao, and Li Daokong were all new sages. They weren't polite to each other and did not need to be polite. Looking at his three pawns, Han Ju didn't say anything. Chapter 656 Divine Lord Peacock. Chapter 656 Divine Lord Peacock, prepare for battle. This time, our target is the netherworld. We can't let the Calamity race barge in. At that time, the order of reincarnation will be chaotic. It won't be as easy to comfort the immortal world as breaking through, Sect Master Tian Ju said, then pulled the topic back to the Calamity race. He looked at the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate immediately said, "I've already cut ties with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. If the Heavenly Tao loses, I definitely won't survive. Don't worry, I'll definitely support you with all my might." He was surprised. Why didn't Sect Master Tian Ju target the other sages first? Weren't they close friends? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du added, "We're already united. Don't worry about each other. I suggest that the Heavenly Dao sect head to the netherworld first. Chan School, Jie School, Human School, and Hidden Sect will guard the immortal world and the heavens first. I suspect that the Calamity race is only the first step. Those existences are plotting. How can we be their match? They won't put all their pawns on the table immediately." The sages nodded. Nuwa's escape was enough to make them not dare to underestimate her. Feng Liang had no objections. "I'll arrange it immediately." He then sent a voice transmission to the Divine General telling him to mobilize the Heavenly Dao sect disciples. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at Emperor Shao and asked, "How's the takeover of the Devil race?" Emperor Shao replied, they're already on a scale and can enter the war at any time. This netherworld defense battle can test them. The devils were scattered in the heavenly Tao, the little heavenly Tao, the depths of the chaos, and so on. They were virtually the most widely distributed race. Even in the ancient desolate, they suppressed the devil ancestor and the primordial devil race. Emperor Shao had never had any authority in the heavenly Tao before. It was mainly because he did not have a sect he controlled and the devils had been suppressed. Now was the chance for the devils to rise. Once they obtained the heavenly Tao merit and with the operation of heavenly venerate Xian Du, the devils would make a comeback sooner or later. Among the sages, other than Li Dao Kong and Shi Dudao, they already had their own forces. Even heavenly venerate Wufa's Wufa sect was very large in scale and not much inferior to the other sage sects. Han Ju listened to heavenly venerate Xian Du's arrangements and didn't interrupt. Heavenly venerate Xian Du clearly took care of the hidden sect. The other sages didn't dare to have any objections. After all, the hidden sect didn't enjoy the providence of the heavenly Tao and Han Ju had repeatedly protected the heavenly Tao. He should give them face. Moreover, half of the current sages were Han Ju's spies. Heavenly venerate Wufa, Qiu Shilai, and sect master Tian Ju had already been enslaved by the primordial heavenly prison. Fang Liang and Li Dao Kong had also left the hidden sect, and heavenly venerate Xian Du had a personal relationship with Han Ju. Only Shi Dudao, the south extreme heavenly venerate, and Emperor Shao were left. Shi Dudao was Han Ju's spy as well. The south extreme heavenly venerate was a close friend of sect master Tian Ju. In other words, the only person who could refute Han Ju now was Emperor Shao. It was difficult to do anything alone. It had to be said that this feeling was quite good. After discussing the battle plan, the sages dispersed. Heavenly venerate Xian Du stopped Han Ju. Fellow Taoist Han, you have to help if we encounter a freedom sage this time. After all, the ancestor is not here, he said meaningfully. Han Ju asked, will a great Tao sage participate in this attack? No, my master said that all the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End will go to the ancient desolate to suppress it. This is a consensus. No great Tao sage will dare to be absent. Heavenly venerate Xian Du's words caused Han Ju to sigh. Without a great Tao sage, how dare they attack? Would they come and be defeated one by one? Han Ju thought about it again. From the point of view of the deity realm of the ruins of End, how could he believe that he was invincible? Presumably, the freedom sage sent this time was much stronger than the dark sage king. He might even be in existence infinitely close to the great Tao sage realm. Han Ju said, I'll deal with them if I can. If I can't, I'll stay in the heavenly Tao. At most, I'll waste their time and wait for the ancestor to return. Heavenly venerate Xian Du said meaningfully, your Tao field is in the heavenly Tao. How did you let yourself be in the heavenly Tao? Can you also attack in the heavenly Tao? Hehe, you're thinking too much. If that was really the case, I would have long destroyed the flame race. I only used a secret technique to carve out a space in the heavenly Tao and borrow its protection. I can't walk the immortal world with my true body. Han Ju didn't fall for it. This fellow wanted to force him to work hard. Heavenly venerate Xian Du said, that's true. After all, even the Tao ancestor can't move in the immortal world. The two of them chatted for a while more before Han Ju left. Heavenly venerate Xian Du stared in the direction Han Ju left, his eyes flickering. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju began to deduce the future. In this calamity, who is the strongest enemy the heavenly Tao faces? Han Ju asked in his mind. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Divine Lord Peacock, perfected freedom sage, immeasurable emperor, demon saint, great Tao mystical power inheritor, he was indeed a perfected freedom sage. Han Ju was not afraid. He was now at the mid-stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos realm and was confident in defeating someone in the perfected realm. However, the prerequisite for him to make a move was that he could insta-kill Divine Lord Peacock. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Han Ju didn't believe that all the great Tao sages were focused on dealing with the ancient desolate. Even if they sent a clone, it was still extremely dangerous for him. Continue cultivating. Han Ju closed his eyes and strove to reach the late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos realm as soon as possible. In the later stages, he wouldn't be far from perfection. At the perfected realm, he was only a step away from becoming a great Tao sage. In that case, he would break through soon. In the dark forbidden zone, boundless mist filled the air. Countless living beings were hidden in the mist. Their postures were different. All of them were ugly, like ancient ferocious beasts. 9 huge beasts that looked like ferocious tigers were wrapped in chains. At the other end of the chains was a huge and majestic city. It was black and sinister like a turtle shell. On the city's highest building stood dozens of transformed figures. The leader was a woman dressed in black armor and a dragon bone crown. Her facial features were handsome, but her left face was covered in black scales, making her look sinister. The black-armored woman stared ahead and asked, "When will the Divine Lord arrive?" A black-robed man beside him said in a low voice, "He's already on the way. He's tied down by the heavenly court of the dark forbidden zone. He'll probably take some time." The black-armored woman frowned. At this moment, a ball of black smoke appeared beside her. A figure came out from it. "Patriarch, he has already reincarnated into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He can attack at any time." The woman in black armor fell into deep thought. After a long while, activate the yin-yang array formation and open the barrier tunnel to the heavenly Tao's netherworld. Once it's opened, the entire race will rush in and occupy the netherworld as soon as possible. "Without my orders, you are not allowed to invade the world of the living," the woman in black armor ordered. The mighty figures of the Calamity race behind her agreed in unison. Soon, the roars of ferocious beasts sounded in the boundless mist, as if the horn of war had sounded. Netherworld. At the end of the Yellow Spring, countless immortals and ghosts stood on both sides of the Yellow Spring and floated in the air. Shining with divine light, the heavenly god general suddenly frowned. He saw fluctuations in the darkness at the end of the Yellow Spring. It was space. Boom! Space shattered, and a terrifying red pillar of light stirred up waves in the Yellow Spring and rushed into the depths of the netherworld. The heavenly god general immediately attacked, using his powerful body to block the red pillar of light. A terrifying aura overflowed from the spatial hole. The first to charge was a 10,000-foot-tall terrifying giant. It seemed to be made of meat, and it had a terrifying aura. Chapter 657 I Value You the Most. Chapter 657 I Value You the Most, Roar. The 10,000-foot-tall giant roared hoarsely, like a ferocious beast that had broken out of its cage. It exuded a violent and savage aura. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The heavenly god general's eyelids twitched. He shouted, "Fight!" Thousands of heavenly troops used their mystical powers one after another. The spatial hole behind the 10,000-foot-tall giant quickly expanded. Countless living beings of the Calamity race were like a school of carps crossing the river as they attacked without care. A huge battle quickly erupted. The surging waves of the Yellow Spring couldn't calm down for a long time. The Calamity race directly sent 13 pseudo-sages as the vanguard, with hundreds of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals behind them. Their momentum was huge, even stronger than the previous Flame race. However, this time, the Heavenly Tao was long prepared. The cultivators of the Heavenly race, the Heavenly Tao sect, and the Netherworld entered the war. The news quickly spread to the immortal world. The mighty figures ranked ahead of the Providence Board rushed to the Netherworld's 9 springs. Not all the mighty figures in the immortal world belonged to sage sects. Most of them had their own factions and ambitions. In the previous battle with the flame race, all the living beings who had participated and survived had obtained merit. This made the mighty figures concerned. It was not only to protect the heavenly Tao but also to fight for merit. After the flame race, another race attacked from the chaos. It's called the Calamity race. The location of this battle is the Netherworld. I hope that all cultivators will go and fight. Protect the heavenly Tao and protect the order of reincarnation. The heavenly Tao is becoming stronger. An unprecedented huge change is happening. In the future, there will be more than 9 sages in the heavenly Tao. There will even be existences that surpass the sages. We, heavenly Tao living beings, should be united. This will not be the last calamity. It will also be the opportunity for the heavenly Tao to rise. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice resounded through the myriad worlds, causing an uproar. To sages, this calamity came quickly. However, to all living beings, the calamity of the flame race was already a legend. It was extremely ancient. However, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's words were filled with bewitchment, painting a magnificent scene of an epic era for all living beings. Han Ju sighed. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was indeed capable of fooling people. He didn't mind it and continued cultivating. This 1,000-year seclusion was only halfway done. He had to continue. If the sky collapsed, the sages would hold it up. He had no need to worry. He didn't want to be a nanny. Time passed quickly. Soon, 1,000 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation improved again. He opened his eyes and looked. The netherworld was already completely chaotic. Hundreds of years of battle had sacrificed countless cultivators. The Calamity race was indeed powerful. Compared to the Flame race, not only were they more powerful, but their mid-level combatant strength was also abundant. The Heavenly Tao had always been defeated, and the Yama Hall had already been occupied by the Calamity race. The current netherworld could be said to be the back garden of the Calamity race. Strangely, the Calamity race did not further invade the mortal world and the immortal world. The sage sects were still constantly sending disciples to attack the netherworld. During the Calamity, countless geniuses also appeared. Han Ju saw that Empress Hudu, Su Qi, Yang Tiandong, and the other leaders of the netherworld were all imprisoned. This prison was located at the bottom of the Yellow Spring and was guarded by millions of living beings from the Calamity race. There was even a pseudo-sage among them. It could be said to be extremely tight. Outside the netherworld, in front of the spatial hole, was a Calamity race city. An extremely powerful aura could be sensed from inside. Divine Lord Peacock. It was obvious that the Calamity race was different from the Flame race. The Flame race was completely a pawn and only knew how to charge. Why did the Calamity race have their own plans? Han Ju couldn't figure it out and couldn't be bothered to use the derivation function to ask. He discovered that in just a few hundred years, dozens of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and a pseudo-sage had appeared in the Heavenly Tao. However, the cycle of reincarnation was controlled, causing the Heavenly Tao to be filled with wandering ghosts. Han Ju said, "Come in." Outside the Taoist temple, Li Xian'ao had been waiting for several years. He entered and knelt down to Han Ju. Sect Master, the battle in the netherworld has been going on for hundreds of years. The Heavenly Tao is weak. Should the hidden sect make a move? Li Xian'ao asked. He felt that this was a good opportunity. Most of the disciples in the hidden sect had already reached their limits. They couldn't improve by cultivating alone. The Heavenly Tao merit could allow them to advance to another level. Han Ju smiled. Not yet. The Calamity race was different from the Flame race. They were even stronger. Han Ju didn't want the hidden sect to sacrifice themselves in vain. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du wasn't in a hurry, so why would Han Ju be in a hurry? Li Xian'ao could only offer his opinion. As long as Han Ju did not agree, he couldn't force him. Call Dao Sovereign over, Han Ju instructed. Li Xian'ao immediately left. Not long after, Dao Sovereign arrived. He knelt in front of him. Han Ju asked, "When will you become a pseudo-sage?" Dao Sovereign had already reached the perfected Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm, but he couldn't become a pseudo-sage. Logically speaking, with his chaotic physique and Han Ju's great Dao of extreme origin, it shouldn't be difficult for him to become a pseudo-sage. Dao Sovereign hesitated and then said, "Master, it might be related to my Dao heart. I understand myself. I love fame. I've been in seclusion in a hidden sect and always want to go out and adventure." Han Ju didn't reply. Dao Sovereign was uneasy. Han Ju silently deduced. So the reason why Li Xian'ao came to propose was that Dao Sovereign begged him. How cunning. Han Ju was even more satisfied with Li Xian'ao. Even if his suggestion was rejected, he didn't sell Dao Sovereign to save his image. Han Ju said, "Dao Sovereign, do you know who I value the most?" Dao Sovereign said carefully, "Guan Bubi." Dao Sovereign felt the greatest pressure from this junior brother. He used to have the strongest potential, but the addition of Guan Bubi had lost him his title. This was also the reason why he urgently wanted to go out. "No, it's you. It's always been you." Han Ju rejected firmly. Dao Sovereign trembled. Han Ju said, "Since you want to go out, I'll support you. However, other than becoming a pseudo-sage, you have to make a name for yourself. I, Han Ju, either don't fight or emerge at the top. If you fight, you have to be spectacular and dazzling like a bright sun. Dao Sovereign, I hope you can be as impressive as Li Dao Kong in the previous calamity." Dao Sovereign's blood boiled when he heard that, and he immediately promised. That day, Dao Sovereign left the 100-Peak Immortal River and headed to the Netherworld to participate in the battle. The reason why he released Dao Sovereign was first, to let him break through, and second, to give Heavenly Venerate Xian Du an explanation, proving that the hidden sect wasn't just watching the show. Han Ju's gaze landed outside the Netherworld. Divine Lord Peacock's aura was indeed very strong, so powerful that he wasn't confident in insta-killing him. In that case, he could only do what he could as a world savior. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Divine Lord Peacock. After a while, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. What happened? He couldn't curse Divine Lord Peacock. Han Ju tried a few more times and the curse failed. Something was wrong. I want to know why I can't curse Divine Lord Peacock. Han Ju used the derivation function. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive. Could the existence be stronger than Ancestor Shitian? Continue. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Karma Bead, Great Tao Supreme Treasure. It can isolate all karma. It is formed by the soul of a chaotic fiend celestial. Chapter 658 Challenge the Dark Forbidden Lord. Chapter 658 Challenge the Dark Forbidden Lord. Karma Bead. Great Tao Supreme Treasure. Han Ju was enlightened. No wonder the deity realm of the ruins of End still dared to invade the heavenly Tao after the Dark Forbidden Lord attacked. So he was prepared. Even the chaotic deity or Kundi didn't have such a supreme treasure. How could Divine Lord Peacock obtain it? Does this fellow have a stronger backing? Han Ju continued to derive. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, Great Tao Sage, Immeasurable Emperor, Founder of the Chan School. Because you stopped the Dark Sage King from destroying the Heavenly Tao, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars, it was him. Han Ju frowned and was still very puzzled. The karma bead was even more valuable than the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Would he be willing to give this treasure to the divine Lord Peacock? The karma bead was probably divine Lord Peacock's dharma treasure. To be able to control such a dharma treasure and not be fought over by the great Tao sages, divine Lord Peacock was a talent. Han Ju wanted to test him. He directly used the Dark Nightmare and faced divine Lord Peacock in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The dream was above the yellow spring. The two of them floated in the air. Divine Lord Peacock wore a gorgeous embroidered robe and a seven-colored feather wind. He had a handsome face, and his crown was embedded with the head of a peacock. He was handsome and domineering. Especially his eyes, they were very sharp and cold. He stared at Han Ju and asked, "Who are you? What a mystical power. You actually pulled me into the dream directly and I didn't sense anything." Han Ju asked, "You're also impressive. You have a supreme treasure that can block curses." Divine Lord Peacock narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "Dark Forbidden Lord." Han Ju didn't deny it. He wanted to show his cards. He had read Divine Lord Peacock's information and did not know the word Chan school. In addition, he had a supreme treasure that even the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning did not have. He might have only been invited. "I'm very interested in you. You can even curse the chaotic deity to death. Your appearance has broken the long-standing stability of the chaos. Come out and fight me." Divine Lord Peacock said with a burning gaze. Han Ju teased, "Are you the chaotic deity's match?" "Yes," he lost. "Then, how dare you challenge me? I like to challenge experts." Divine Lord Peacock's eyes burned as his powerful aura erupted, causing the dream to twist violently. Han Ju asked, "Why are you working for the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning?" Divine Lord Peacock said, "I'm not working for him. I'm only here to add insult to injury to the heavenly Tao." To add insult to injury? Han Ju didn't expect him to confess so easily. Divine Lord Peacock smiled mockingly and said, "The living beings of the chaos are all from the heavenly Tao. I'm the same." However, after the Tao ancestor attained the Tao, he ruled over the heavenly Tao and sage positions alone. All the sages were his disciples. The sages in the future are also inheritors of the Tao sect. Even if all living beings have outstanding potential and monstrous providence, they are still suppressed by the Tao ancestor. After the Tao ancestor fused with the Tao, he became equivalent to the heavenly Tao. He used the heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity to expel us pseudo-sages from the heavenly Tao, and we struggled to survive in the chaos. He controlled the heavenly Tao like this and made it impossible for it to escape the Tao sect's hands. As time passed, the sages became dissatisfied. Although we are grateful for his teaching, there's no need for us to serve him forever, right? The reason why I want to destroy the heavenly Tao now is to create a new heavenly Tao. The heavenly Lord of primordial beginning convinced me, so I came. I know the reason he came to me is that I'm not afraid of curses." Divine Lord Peacock stared at him, his eyes becoming more and more excited and even a little fanatical. Han Ju couldn't stand this gaze. This fellow was too confident. Divine Lord Peacock's words allowed Han Ju to understand the Tao ancestor from another perspective. It had to be said that the Tao ancestor was indeed a little domineering. If Han Ju was one of those sages and was forever inferior to the Tao ancestor, he wouldn't be able to take it. Han Ju thought of the hidden sect. The Tao ancestor's betrayal was worth being wary of. Fortunately, the hidden sect did not have any territory or benefits for the disciples to fight for. Compared to the Tao ancestor, Han Ju's desire for power was very low. He rarely let his disciples help him and wouldn't restrict their development. Divine Lord Peacock snorted. "Dark Forbidden Lord, come. Fight me. I want to see how strong you are. The difference in cultivation level between us is too great. You can't be my match. You're not even worth me showing my face. In that case, why did you visit me in my dreams? Divine Lord Peacock mocked. Han Ju asked, what are you pursuing? He had a great Tao purple chi in his hand and could even transform a person into a chaotic fiend celestial. This was his topic of conversation. Divine Lord Peacock smiled. You want to subdue me? Is it impossible? There are many people who want to subdue me. Back then, the Tao ancestor also wanted to take me in, but I rejected him. It's precisely because of this that I'll never have the chance to attain the great Tao. What if I can let you attain the great Tao? While Divine Lord Peacock was still mocking, his words stunned him. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. He couldn't help but check Divine Lord Peacock's information again. Divine Lord Peacock, perfected freedom sage, immeasurable emperor, demon saint, great Tao mystical power inheritor, great Tao mystical power inheritor. Could he be the Kong Xian of the investiture of the gods? Is this mystical power the five-colored divine light? In the investiture of the gods, Kong Xian's five-colored divine light could even defeat sages. Humph, defeat me first. I can prove my potential to you. The surrounding dream shattered like a mirror. He forcefully broke through the dream realm. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes. Divine Lord Peacock has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Han Ju originally thought that Divine Lord Peacock was angry, but he didn't expect him to have a favorable impression of him. Was this arrogance? Han Ju didn't immediately go out to challenge Divine Lord Peacock. That would expose his relationship with the Dark Forbidden Lord. However, he could also tell from the dream that Divine Lord Peacock and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were not completely tied together. He continued cultivating. When he broke through to the late stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos, Han Ju felt that he should be able to insta-kill Divine Lord Peacock. Han Ju still had this confidence. You, Divine Lord Peacock, claim to have unparalleled potential, but are you comparable to the Primordial Fiend Celestial? Dark Forbidden Zone. Han Tua and Yi Tian quickly traveled with tens of thousands of Heavenly Court immortals. Their current selves had already been reborn. The spirit of an expert could be seen with the naked eye. They wore armor and their capes fluttered, looking majestic. Han Tuo's eyes sharpened as he said, we're getting closer and closer to the Heavenly Tao. Prepare for battle at any time. Kill them whenever you see them. The tens of thousands of Heavenly Court immortals acknowledged softly. These immortals were all recruited by the evil Heavenly Emperor from the various little Heavenly Tao. Their cultivation levels were at least Grand Unity True Immortal, and they had extremely strong foundations. Han Tua and Yi Tian were even experts who dominated the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. Yi Tian suddenly smiled and said, it's been a long time since we returned to the Heavenly Tao. If we succeed, shouldn't the Heavenly Tao sages thank us? Han Tua shook his head. You're thinking too much. Our Heavenly Court is only restraining the Calamity race and won't be of much use. Yi Tian chuckled. It's fine. There's a mighty figure behind us. I wonder where His Majesty persuaded him to come. TSK, that aura is really terrifying. Chapter 659 Sacred True Marshal, Heavenly Calamity Emperor. Chapter 659 Sacred True Marshal, Heavenly Calamity Emperor, don't talk about that senior. Han Tua frowned and instructed. Yi Tian was always rude. If he offended that mighty figure, he couldn't protect him. Even the evil Heavenly Emperor had to be polite to that mighty figure and did not dare to offend him. Yi Tian curled his lips and he did not continue. He only sighed. The Heavenly Court army continued forward. At the same time, outside the Netherworld, in the city of the Calamity race, Divine Lord Peacock sat in the quiet palace. Sensing something, he suddenly opened his eyes. A gust of wind blew towards him. The door was clearly closed and there were no windows. Divine Lord Peacock's eyes narrowed as an invisible aura dispersed the strange wind in front of him. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Sacred True Marshal. What? You're also here to attack the Heavenly Tao? Divine Lord Peacock mocked. With that said, a figure appeared in front of him. The two of them remained 10 steps apart. Sacred True Marshal wore a white robe. His hair was white like a galaxy waterfall and scattered down his shoulders. He had a handsome face and a refined temperament. Compared to Divine Lord Peacock, he gave off a refreshing feeling without any pressure. Sacred True Marshal smiled. No, I'm here to stop you. You. Divine Lord Peacock stood up as 5-colored light lit up behind him. Sacred True Marshal said, Divine Lord, why? We shouldn't participate in the schemes of the great Tao sages. Chess is necessary for the great Tao sages, but also not necessary. Do you understand? Divine Lord Peacock said disdainfully, then, who are you here for? Which great Tao sage? Sacred True Marshal shook his head. I'm here for you. In this chaos, the only cultivator I admire is you. I don't want you to go deep into the mud. Recently, the Heavenly Court's evil Heavenly Emperor invited me to join the Heavenly Court. He told me his plan. I think it's very good. I hope you can join us. Heavenly Court. Divine Lord Peacock narrowed his eyes. Sacred True Marshal continued, the evil Heavenly Emperor is different from the previous Heavenly Emperor. He has already escaped the great Tao sage's control. His Heavenly Court has obtained the recognition of the inauspicious evil. Sooner or later, he will unite the dark forbidden zone. If, Shut up. You think you can persuade me? Divine Lord Peacock suddenly waved his sleeve and a 5-colored divine light shot out, sweeping Sacred True Marshal away. Immediately after, Divine Lord Peacock vanished from the hall. Inside the 100-peak immortal river. Han Ju, who was cultivating, sensed 2 extremely strong battle auras. He opened his eyes and saw Divine Lord Peacock fighting a white-robed man. The two of them were both freedom sages. In order to not affect the Calamity race, they entered a deeper space to fight. Only those at the Freedom Realm could spy on them. Space seemed to not exist, but it actually existed. It was also divided into many levels. Even sages might not be able to completely comprehend the rules of space. Han Ju couldn't help but become curious when he saw that the two of them were on par. Who was this? Invited by Heavenly Venerate Xian Du? Han Ju watched for a while and felt that something was wrong. These two were sparring, right? The battle was too gentle. Han Ju lost interest and continued his seclusion. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Ju stood up and twisted his waist while checking his emails. Your disciple Dao's sovereign was attacked by the living beings of the Calamity race, X7932005. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by the living beings of the Calamity race, X6982233. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was ravaged by a mysterious array formation and was severely injured. Your good friend Empress Hudu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Her Tao heart was damaged. Your good friend South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Pan Xian has obtained Pangu's will. His bloodline has transformed and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your descendant Han Yu was attacked by the living beings of the Calamity race, X80921. Your disciple Ji Xianshan was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. How tragic. Another 1,000 years passed. The Calamity race still occupied the netherworld. The heavenly Tao living beings came one after another, but they couldn't drive the Calamity race out. Now, the Jia school, the Chan school, the human school, the Buddhist sect, the Holy Mother sect, and so on were all constantly sending disciples to reinforce the netherworld. The sages had never attacked. They couldn't make a move in the Heavenly Tao, but there was Divine Lord Peacock outside the Heavenly Tao. They were not his match. Han Ju noticed that Pan Xian had obtained Pangu's will. TSK, this Pan surname was truly suitable. He checked his interpersonal relationships. Pan Xian's cultivation had already reached the perfected pseudosage realm. It increased very quickly. He checked Dao's sovereign's profile picture again. This kid did not let him down. Early stage pseudosage realm. He finally broke through. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. He looked outside the netherworld again. Divine Lord Peacock and the other Freedom Sage had already disappeared. This was a good opportunity. Han Ju's sage sense swept over and discovered that the strongest person in the Calamity race was only a perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. He was equivalent to a perfected heavenly Tao sage. I'm going out to capture the sage of the Calamity race this time with all my might. I'll return after capturing him. Is my life in danger? Han Ju used the derivation function. The more this was the case, the more cautious he had to be. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Seeing these words, Han Ju immediately disappeared from the Daoist temple. In the city, Patriarch Heavenly Calamity Emperor was cultivating in his palace. She had the image of a woman and wore black armor. Her bearing was extraordinary. Like the other members of the Calamity race, she exuded a cold and sinister aura. Heavenly Calamity Emperor suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. Almost instantly, a figure shining with divine light appeared behind her. A hand landed on her shoulder, making her unable to move. Imprisonment Great Tao. It was Han Ju. He grabbed Heavenly Calamity Emperor and left, returning to his Daoist temple. Heavenly Calamity Emperor widened her eyes and looked at him in shock. Impossible. Han Ju used the Great Tao of Traversal to come behind her, making her unable to react in time. He then used the Great Tao of Imprisonment to suppress her, and now, he used the Great Tao of Void to disperse her dermic powers. Heavenly Calamity Emperor was helpless and could only panic. Who are you? Heavenly Calamity Emperor asked in a low voice. She was at the perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm and was only a step away from the freedom realm. Han Ju threw her into the primordial heavenly prison without saying anything. Heavenly Calamity Emperor asked, "Are you the freedom sage who killed the dark sage king?" Han Ju remained silent. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You're probably not much different from the Divine Lord. Why didn't you attack earlier? When the Divine Lord returns, he will definitely be able to trace my aura. Why are you so obsessed with the Heavenly Tao? I can sense that your Heavenly Tao providence is very weak and can't be compared to the other Heavenly Tao sages." Heavenly Calamity Emperor kept asking questions. Han Ju was impatient. He used the power of the bewitching Fiend Celestial to pull the Heavenly Calamity Emperor into an endless illusion. The Tao field immediately quietened down. Next, Han Ju waited for the primordial heavenly prison to succeed. The news of Heavenly Calamity Emperor's disappearance did not spread. She usually cultivated in seclusion, and the living beings in the clan did not dare to disturb her. 300 years later, Divine Lord Peacock returned discovering that Heavenly Calamity Emperor's aura had vanished. He immediately came to her cultivation palace. Chapter 660 The Calamity Race's Plot. Chapter 660 The Calamity Race's Plot. In the empty and quiet hall, Divine Lord Peacock frowned and looked around. His eyes reflected a strange light. In his vision, everything that had happened in the palace kept replaying in front of him. Soon, he saw Han Ju capture Heavenly Calamity Emperor. He frowned. Too fast. The other party's speed was not inferior to his. He could also directly capture Heavenly Calamity Emperor, but that would require his full strength. Divine Lord Peacock did not stay any longer and vanished. Sometime later, the Calamity race finally discovered that Heavenly Calamity Emperor had disappeared. However, the upper echelons controlled the news. The current Calamity race could no longer retreat, let alone when they had occupied the netherworld. There was no need to retreat. The Calamity race controlled the news, but they couldn't hide it from the sages. Outside the 33rd heaven, Universal Hall, the sages gathered. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, the leader of the Calamity race, Heavenly Calamity Emperor, has disappeared. We have to be wary of this. Fang Liang frowned. Divine Lord Peacock is still around and the Calamity race has not descended into chaos. Could it be that Heavenly Calamity Emperor has gone to seek help? Xiao Shilai shook his head. Now that the Calamity race has the upper hand, why would they need helpers? The Calamity race wants to dominate the immortal world. The other sages also discussed. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had a headache. The Calamity race was really too strong. There was even a Freedom Sage guarding outside. They could only worry outside the 33rd heaven. Outside the 33rd heaven was the top level of the Heavenly Tao. It was a space exclusive to sages. Here, they could still enjoy the Heavenly Tao's protection. The sages were afraid of Divine Lord Peacock and could only hide here. They were very aggrieved. Let's wait and see. At least the situation is stable, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said. Xiao Shilai said, this battle has stimulated many geniuses. The new generation of cultivators is beginning to gradually ascend the stage. The Heavenly Tao in the future will definitely be powerful. The other sages nodded. Although the Heavenly Tao had suffered heavy losses, countless experts had also appeared. This was also the reason why they were not in a hurry. Shi Dudao snorted. I'm just afraid that we won't be able to survive until then. The Calamity race can clearly invade the Yang realm, but they didn't. It's obvious that there's a huge conspiracy, but we don't even know what they want to do. Universal Hall fell silent again. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was also thinking, what does the Calamity race want? It took an extremely long time to enslave a Freedom Sage. 1,000 years passed, but he still did not succeed. During this period of time, Hanju didn't dare to cultivate, afraid that the Heavenly Calamity Emperor would find a chance to attack him. Although the difference in cultivation between them was great, he had to be cautious. He could reach this point because he was cautious. Hanju observed the situation in the netherworld and waited patiently. After Heavenly Calamity Emperor disappeared, the Calamity race was as usual. They couldn't build in the netherworld and kept controlling the cycle of reincarnation. Although there was a continuous stream of Heavenly Tao lifeforms coming to stop them, the overall situation couldn't stop the Calamity race. During this period of time, many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and even pseudo-sages appeared in the Heavenly Tao. Tao Sovereign wasn't the most glorious pseudo-sage. There were a few others whose battle achievements were even more ferocious than Tao Sovereign. Among them were the Divine Might Buddha of the Buddhist sect, the sect master of the Jia school, Huang Zuntian, the Divine Palace's Jing Tiangong, and other familiar faces. Divine Lord Peacock did not move. Compared to the beginning of the war, it had been much quieter recently. Hanju was secretly pleased. I'll give you a surprise when I enslave the Calamity race. The Calamity race was called the strongest race in the deity realm of the ruins of End. It would be a pity to destroy them. It was better to accept them and make them the guardians of the Heavenly Tao. Hanju had witnessed the battles over the years. The Calamity race's combat talent was indeed powerful. Their average level was higher than the Heavenly Tao lifeforms. Furthermore, after he captured Heavenly Calamity Emperor, he did not attract any hatred notifications from the mighty figures. This meant that Heavenly Calamity Emperor had no stronger backer. Otherwise, he would directly hate Hanju like Qiu Shilai. Hanju had already thought of the arrangements for the Calamity race. He was waiting for the enslavement to succeed. Immortal world, a human city. Halfway up the mountain, a cloth-robed youth with messy hair faced the sun. His robes fluttered as he absorbed the eastern emergence purple chi. The cloth-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes. His ordinary facial features suddenly looked sinister as black scales appeared on his face. A voice entered his ears. "Your Highness, what are you waiting for? Are you going to let His Majesty down?" The cloth-robed youth's expression returned to normal. "I don't want to join the sage sect. My potential is enough to grow on my own." "No. You have to join. This is His Majesty's order." "I don't want to flatter you. Why won't you give me time? I can rely on myself to reach the peak of cultivation." The mysterious voice was silent. The cloth-robed youth closed his eyes and continued cultivating. "Are you really unwilling?" "Yes, I want to rely on myself." "Don't worry, I won't forget my race." Hee hee. Another 400 years passed. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Heavenly Calamity Emperor has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Han Ju looked at the 2 lines of words that finally appeared in front of him and heaved a sigh of relief. He checked Heavenly Calamity Emperor's profile picture. Heavenly Calamity Emperor, perfected primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal, leader of the Calamity race, immeasurable emperor, connate life form. Favorability towards you is maxed. At this realm, if he took another step forward, he would reach the Freedom Realm. Han Ju looked at the Heavenly Calamity Emperor and suddenly felt that this woman was not bad-looking. Heavenly Calamity Emperor opened her eyes and knelt in front of Han Ju respectfully, calling him master. Han Ju asked, "Who did you listen to before?" Heavenly Calamity Emperor said, "I didn't listen to anyone. I just had an agreement with a great Tao sage." "Why didn't you attack the living world?" "I'm afraid there will be an accident. After all, the flame race has all perished there. I sent my son to the cycle of reincarnation to be reincarnated as a living being of the heavenly Tao. In the future, when the Calamity race dominates the netherworld, we will discuss with the sages and promote my son to a sage. They will let the Calamity race completely stabilize ourselves in the heavenly Tao until we control it alone." Han Ju was a little surprised that Heavenly Calamity Emperor had such selfish motives. "Don't you want to destroy the heavenly Tao?" "That's just what the great Tao sage thinks. Destroying the heavenly Tao is not beneficial to the Calamity race. I don't want to be a pawn for the great Tao sage for nothing. If I can control the heavenly Tao alone, I will have the right to challenge the great Tao sage. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said that he would give me a chance to attain the great Tao, but I don't believe it. They're too arrogant. Everything is just empty talk." Heavenly Calamity Emperor looked disdainful. It had to be said that from Heavenly Calamity Emperor's point of view, this was a very good plan. Unfortunately, she met Han Ju. Han Ju instructed, "You can talk to Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. The netherworld is divided into half and the Calamity race will stay there. As for the authority of reincarnation, we'll talk about it in the future." Heavenly Calamity Emperor immediately agreed. Han Ju waved his hand and sent her out of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Calamity Emperor sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. She couldn't enter the heavenly Tao and could only send a voice transmission. Upon hearing that Heavenly Calamity Emperor wanted to negotiate peace, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du subconsciously became vigilant. The Calamity race was in such a good state. Why did they have to negotiate? Heavenly Calamity Emperor returned to her palace and waited for Heavenly Venerate Xian Du to reply. As soon as she entered the hall, a figure appeared in front of her. It was an old Taoist with a dignified expression. Chapter 661 Fusion of the Heavenly Tao, Revival of the Tao Ancestor. Chapter 661 Fusion of the Heavenly Tao, Revival of the Tao Ancestor. Seeing the old Taoist in front, the Heavenly Calamity Emperor bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Heavenly Lord." The old Taoist who appeared in the hall was the founder of the Chan school, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, one of the personal disciples of the Tao ancestor, one of the three pure ones of the Tao sect. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning stared at her expressionlessly and asked, "You've been with Han Ju for so long. What did you say?" The Heavenly Calamity Emperor replied, "Just chatting." Why did the Calamity race stop the attack in the Netherworld? The Calamity race also needs to recuperate. We can't fight for long. Really? If you don't believe me, you can send Chan school disciples to help. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not answer. The Heavenly Calamity Emperor mocked in her heart. Did he really think she was a stupid spear that he could use as he pleased? They fell silent. After a long time, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning seemed to see through the Heavenly Calamity Emperor. With that, he vanished. This attack on the Heavenly Tao is an opportunity we gave the Calamity race. If you don't cherish it, we can also find other races. Your Calamity race is strong in the deity realm of the ruins of End, but in the chaos, you can't compare to the race created by the chaotic fiend celestials. I will always keep an eye on you. The Heavenly Calamity Emperor did not care about the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's threat at all. She only had Han Ju in her heart now and was absolutely obedient to him. She wouldn't hesitate even if Han Ju asked her to directly fight the great Tao sage. The Heavenly Calamity Emperor approached her mat and sat down. She began to cultivate, waiting for Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's reply. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du gathered all the sages. Han Ju also went. He had to speak up for the Heavenly Calamity Emperor in case the sages did not believe him. In the Universal Hall, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du repeated Heavenly Calamity Emperor's words. The Calamity race wants to enter the Netherworld. And they want half of it. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned with a furious expression. The other sages were also puzzled. Han Ju said, the Calamity race might not want to be controlled by the great Tao sage, so they haven't attacked the world of the living. We can agree. After all, the Netherworld is already controlled by the Calamity race. From the battle situation, the Calamity race is retreating. Xiao Shilai immediately said, in that case, you can agree and see how it goes. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, fellow Taoist Han makes sense. Sect Master Tian Ju said, I agree. Li Daokong said, Sect Master is right. Shi Dudao scanned them thoughtfully. Emperor Shaoan narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du glanced at Han Ju meaningfully. Han Ju was indifferent and wasn't afraid of being suspected. In any case, the current Heavenly Tao was under his control. If Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was a smart person, he wouldn't expose him. In that case, I'll agree to her request first and see how the Calamity race performs later. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du pondered. The sages had no objections. The conversation ended. Han Ju was about to leave when Fang Liang sent him a voice transmission, Grandmaster, can you come to my Heavenly Tao Palace for a talk? Han Ju immediately entered the Heavenly Tao Palace and saw Fang Liang. The restrictions in the Heavenly Tao Palace were useless to him. Fang Liang's heart palpitated. How strong was Grandmaster now? Everyone knew that Han Ju was a freedom sage, but all the sages knew that his speed of becoming stronger was extremely exaggerated. After so many years, he must be even stronger. Han Ju stared at Fang Liang and waited for him to speak. Fang Liang asked, it's rare for you to take the initiative to speak. Could it be that the reason why Heavenly Calamity Emperor retreated is related to you? Han Ju asked, is it very important? Fang Liang said, of course. Once the Calamity race is stationed in the Heavenly Tao, they will integrate sooner or later. The Heavenly Calamity Emperor can even use the providence of the Heavenly Tao of the Calamity race to become a Heavenly Tao sage. Han Ju didn't reply. Fang Liang said, Grandmaster, I've already found the jade slip of creation with the help of the other sages. I'm preparing to fuse with the Tao and fuse with the heavenly Tao spirit at the same time to prevent anything from happening. Han Ju asked, what benefits are there to the heavenly Tao after Tao integration? Unlike the Tao ancestors' Tao integration, I've decided to imitate Pangu and transform into the heavenly Tao. I'll expand the heavenly Tao domain and help the heavenly Tao become stronger, Fang Liang said seriously. Han Ju frowned. The Tao ancestor asked you to do this? No, it's my own decision. How do you know that what you're thinking wasn't given to you by the Tao ancestor? You've already transformed into the Tao ancestor and are about to fuse into the heavenly Tao. No matter how I look at it, you're not benefiting. You're completely paving the way for the Tao ancestor. Han Ju couldn't help but try to persuade him. Fang Liang's path was becoming more and more crooked. Although Fang Liang seemed to have betrayed the hidden sect, he had never schemed against Han Ju or targeted the sect. He could only say that he had left the hidden sect in name and did not become enemies with it. Under such circumstances, Han Ju still wanted to help him. Fang Liang was silent. Han Ju left after saying, think about it carefully. What do you want to pursue? Do you only want to satisfy the Tao ancestors' will? Then what are you? Are you still Fang Liang? Fang Liang frowned. Han Ju's words touched his soul. He suddenly felt like he woke up. What was he doing? After returning to the 100-peak immortal river, Han Ju immediately used the derivation function. After Fang Liang completes Tao integration, what will happen to the heavenly Tao? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was outside the 33rd heaven. A dazzling light shone from above, illuminating the entire 33rd heaven. Han Ju saw the sages standing in front of the universal hall and looking up. He looked up and saw a figure in the center of the dazzling light. Fang Liang. Fang Liang was undergoing Tao integration. A vast pressure descended. It was an aura that far exceeded the Freedom Sage realm. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. He saw Fang Liang's figure changing. Something was wrong. Greetings, Tao ancestor, the sages suddenly shouted in unison and knelt down with excited expressions. Han Ju showed a frown. During the time I was gone, the heavenly Tao was protected by you. You did well. I'm very glad. An ancient voice sounded. It was no longer Fang Liang's voice. Tao ancestor. The true Tao ancestor. What happened? Was Fang Liang really a tool? Han Ju frowned even more. He couldn't deduce everything about the Tao ancestor. This time, he deduced that the Tao ancestor was only related to Fang Liang. It seemed that the Tao ancestor was not completely impossible to deduce. As long as he found an existence with great karma with him, he could deduce the Tao ancestor, but it was only his fragment in the karma. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly expanded and enveloped the entire 33rd heaven. Tao ancestor. What do you want? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du exclaimed in fear. Han Ju turned around and discovered that the dermic powers of the sages were sucked out of their bodies. Then the high and mighty Tao ancestor appeared. I want the heavenly Tao to occupy the entire chaos. I apologize, but from today onwards, the heavenly Tao will no longer have any sages. The Tao ancestor's voice was extremely calm without any emotion. The illusion ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Indeed, Fang Liang was a pawn that had been bewitched. It seemed that the Tao ancestor also had a method similar to the primordial heavenly prison. No. Han Ju had finally turned the heavenly Tao into a harmonious situation. It couldn't be broken by the Tao ancestor. Han Ju might not be safe in the heavenly Tao when the Tao ancestor was revived. Chapter 662 Peace of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 662 Peace of the Heavenly Tao. No. I have to stop the Tao ancestor. Han Ju's eyes were firm. Regardless of whether the Tao ancestor was sincere about the heavenly Tao, this fellow could actually absorb the dermic powers of all the sages. It was really terrifying. Han Ju didn't want his dermic powers to be sucked away. He did not act immediately. After resting for a few days, he sent a voice transmission to Fang Liang and asked him to come back for a chat. Fang Liang had no objections and was moved into the Taoist temple by Han Ju's dermic powers. Han Ju waved his hand, and a mat for Fang Liang to meditate on appeared. Fang Liang sighed. I haven't been back for a long time. I really miss it. Han Ju directly used the power to confuse and imprison Fang Liang. Then, he began the absolute purification and primordial heavenly prison. Fang Liang closed his eyes as if he was asleep. Han Ju sighed. Fang Liang, oh Fang Liang, I've paved so many paths for you. If you insist on going down the wrong path, I have no choice but to forcefully correct you. Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Fang Liang's disappearance was not suspected by the sages. They even hoped that he would suddenly die. Several hundred years later, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice resounded through the world. The battle between the Heavenly Tao and the Calamity race will stop for the time being. The Calamity race will give up half of the Netherworld and protect the Heavenly Tao together with us. Boom! The myriad worlds and the immortal world were in an uproar. After fighting for so long, they had actually stopped. Furthermore, the Calamity race had taken the initiative to give up half the Netherworld. News of the battle in the Netherworld had always spread to the myriad worlds. Panic and tension had always enveloped the entire Heavenly Tao. They never expected the sages to suddenly announce that the war would stop. It wasn't only the living beings of the Heavenly Tao who were puzzled. The Calamity race was the same. The two sides had been fighting for a long time. The blood feud was very difficult to resolve. The conflict within the Calamity race had also completely erupted. Unlike the Heavenly Tao, the Calamity race invaded with their entire race. Almost every living being had relatives and friends who died in the Netherworld. They said they weren't going to fight anymore. How could they avenge themselves? All the higher-ups of the Calamity race went to visit the Heavenly Calamity Emperor. Hundreds of generals gathered in the palace and stared at Heavenly Calamity Emperor angrily. Heavenly Calamity Emperor was expressionless. You want to rebel? With that said, all the generals knelt down and said that they did not dare. An old man looked up and asked, Your Majesty, why did you suddenly make such a decision? Heavenly Calamity Emperor said, the Calamity race pursues the future, not being a knife for the great Tao sage. Don't worry, I won't harm the Calamity race. The Calamity race generals looked at each other, still dissatisfied. What kind of explanation was this? The Heavenly Calamity Emperor waved her hand, and the generals had no choice but to retreat. When only Heavenly Calamity Emperor was left in the hall, she said, How long more do you want to watch, Divine Lord? Divine Lord Peacock walked out of the darkness. He frowned and asked, What is this? I'm here to play with your Calamity race. He had come all the way here and stayed for thousands of years. In the end, before he could even encounter the Dark Forbidden Lord, the Calamity race had already surrendered. The Heavenly Calamity Emperor said, Sorry, but do you really trust the great Tao sage? Divine Lord Peacock narrowed his eyes. Who subdued you? The Heavenly Calamity Emperor did not answer. Divine Lord Peacock was frustrated. No one would be happy that their plan had been disrupted. However, he didn't care to attack the Heavenly Calamity Emperor. The one who invited him was the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, not the Heavenly Calamity Emperor. Divine Lord, actually, joining the Heavenly Tao is not impossible. The current Heavenly Tao is no longer the previous Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Calamity Emperor said meaningfully. Divine Lord Peacock looked at her deeply before turning around and disappearing into the darkness. The Heavenly Calamity Emperor did not care and closed her eyes to cultivate. If Divine Lord Peacock wanted to kill her, it would be useless even if she tried her best to guard against him. 1,400 years passed. Primordial Heavenly Prison has successfully enslaved the target. Fong Liang has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at Fong Liang, who had also opened his eyes. He hurriedly knelt down and bowed respectfully like a servant. Seeing him like this, Han Ju's heart ached. He didn't want to throw the people around him into the primordial heavenly prison, but Fong Liang had already become a demon and insisted on sacrificing himself for the Tao ancestor. Han Ju asked, "Are you still going to undergo Tao integration?" "I'll listen to Grandmaster's arrangements." "Then don't do it." "Yes." Looking at Fong Liang acting like a robot, Han Ju sighed. However, he did not trigger the Tao ancestor's hatred notification. It seemed that the Tao ancestor did not keep tabs on Fong Liang. Perhaps the Tao ancestor was in danger, or he had many pawns like Fong Liang. Han Ju asked, "Did the Tao ancestor ask you to fuse with the Tao?" Fong Liang shook his head and nodded. "I'm not sure either. Now that I think about it, my desire to fuse with the Tao is very crazy. There's no motive or reason." Fong Liang had been alone since he was young. After becoming Han Ju's disciple, although he had encountered many dangers, he had always survived. Throughout his life, he had been sad and happy, but not bitter and vengeful. The more Fong Liang thought about it, the more confused he became. What was wrong with him? He had a deep fear of the Tao ancestor. Unknowingly, he had become like this. Han Ju said, "Go back. Like before, continue to protect the heavenly Tao, but don't undergo Tao integration. Don't tell anyone what happened between us during this period of time." "Understood." Fong Liang stood up and bowed. Han Ju waved his sleeve and sent him out. After that, he stretched. "I'm saving the heavenly Tao and the sage's future again." Han Ju felt that he was so noble. He was saving everything behind the scenes. He looked at the myriad worlds of the heavenly Tao. After so many years, the battle had long ended. The calamity race, the heavenly race, and the ghost deities had divided their territory in the netherworld. Empress Hudu, Ji Xianxian, Yang Tiandong, and Su Qi had returned to their positions and were working hard to restore the order of reincarnation. Too many ghosts were wandering outside the netherworld. It was impossible to completely clean them up in a short period of time. In short, peace descended again. Han Ju suddenly thought of Divine Lord Peacock. This fellow was still in the city of the Calamity Race and had no intention of leaving. The Calamity Race had already surrendered. What else did this fellow want? Han Ju decided to visit Divine Lord Peacock in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The dream was still above the yellow spring. Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes. He was not surprised to see him. He asked, "Dark Forbidden Lord, when are you going to attack me?" Han Ju asked, "Why should I swing my saber at you? If I wanted to kill someone, I wouldn't have contacted them like this and directly attacked." "Oh. Then what do you mean? Join me and become my believer. I will lead you to an unprecedented peak. I think very highly of your potential and strength. I think so highly of you that I don't want to kill you. Under my guidance, I will let you surpass the chaotic deity or even the Tao ancestor." Han Ju spoke firmly as if he was telling the truth. Divine Lord Peacock said disdainfully, "You want to subdue me with nonsense? It's still the same thing. If you want me to be convinced, you have to defeat me. The difference in cultivation level is only a shackle in my opinion. It can be breached. Perhaps your cultivation level surpasses mine, but I might not lose." How pretentious. This fellow was definitely the most confident person he had ever met. Han Ju asked, "Then, do you mean that you are invincible in the same realm? Divine Lord Peacock said proudly, that's right. What if I send a disciple of the same realm as you to defeat you? Impossible. Chapter 663 Inheritance of Pangu's Will. Chapter 663 Inheritance of Pangu's Will. If you're really defeated, what should you do? Han Ju continued to force Divine Lord Peacock to face this question. Divine Lord Peacock flew into a rage out of humiliation. If that really happens, I'll submit to you and let you be my master. But that's impossible. I, Divine Lord Peacock, am invincible among my peers. Even if I have to fight against many enemies alone. Oh. Then, I'll send more disciples. The agreement is as before. No, we agreed on a one-on-one fight. Divine Lord Peacock hurriedly changed his words. Although he was conceited, he was not stupid. Han Ju was so confident and definitely had sinister methods. How could he let himself fall into an unfair situation? Han Ju smiled. This fellow was interesting. Then don't leave. Wait for him to find you. How long? You can cultivate in seclusion first. You have nothing to do, anyway. Divine Lord Peacock said impatiently, all right, I'll wait for you. He forcefully shattered the dream again. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled. He still wanted to subdue Divine Lord Peacock, so he stabilized him. Han Ju opened the emails and checked his circle of friends. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by your enemy, Wuxia. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by your enemy, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by your enemy, Karma Heaven. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil, X840292, your disciple Su Qi has absorbed the negative karma of the netherworld. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was entangled by a mysterious misfortune. His lifespan has decreased by 300 billion years. The battle at the deity realm of the ruins of End had begun. Seeing Pan Xian being beaten, Han Ju was quite surprised. Being able to survive meant that Pan Xian was already very strong. He checked his profile picture. Pan Xian, late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal, descendant of Pangu, one of the first living beings after creation. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity and was playing in the mortal world. Afraid of being discovered by the ancient master of calamity, he infiltrated the Sword Dao River. Because of your nature, he is interested in you. Current favorability, 3 stars, late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. This leveling speed was too ridiculous. There was also the providence label of Pangu's descendant. It was really impressive. He was only a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. How could he withstand the siege of a great Tao sage? Could it be that Pangu's power was protecting Pan Xian? Han Ju didn't spend his lifespan deducing but continued to check his emails. Ancestor Shitian was entangled by bad luck and lost 300 billion years of his lifespan. It was fine. It was just a drizzle. Han Ju didn't care much about lifespan if it was just hundreds of millions now. An existence like Ancestor Shitian still had an endless lifespan, right? Perhaps this was the definition of immortality. The reason why he was immortal was that his lifespan had reached the upper limit. The concept of eternal life was vague. What was eternal life? Live on forever. How long was forever? Han Ju thought about it and continued reading the emails. After he finished reading the emails, he immersed himself in cultivation again. Outside the 33rd heaven, Heavenly Tao Palace. Feng Liang sat on the lotus throne with a white-robed man kneeling in front of him. The white-robed man asked, Master, when will you attempt Tao integration? Feng Liang replied, I won't do it. won't do it. The white-robed man was stunned. In order to attain Tao integration, Fang Liang had arranged many things. As the sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect and Fang Liang's personal disciple, the white-robed man had been preparing all these years, waiting for Fang Liang to reach the Tao integration realm. But Fang Liang suddenly changed his mind. This was not the way of a sage. Fang Liang stared at his disciple, feeling helpless and afraid. Thinking back, he was terrified. He had almost sacrificed himself for the Tao ancestor. After going through the primordial heavenly prison, Fang Liang only eliminated the Tao ancestor's control over his thoughts. As for his absolute loyalty to Hanju, he was the most grateful to him and would never become enemies with him, so he didn't change much. Fang Liang said, "Let's not talk about the Tao integration for now. Send orders to the disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect to preach in the various new mortal worlds. Next, the Heavenly Tao sect will help all living beings of the Heavenly Tao become stronger. This is what the sages are seeking." Although he was puzzled, the white-robed man still agreed. Fang Liang closed his eyes, and the white-robed man bowed and left. 5 minutes later. A voice floated over, "Fellow Taoist Fang, can we talk?" Fang Liang opened his eyes and focused. The array formation of the Tao field closed and Emperor Shao entered the hall. The array formation of the Tao field activated, blocking all sage sense and voices. Fang Liang waved his sleeve, and a mat appeared in front of him. Emperor Shao sat down and asked, "What do you think of the calamity race?" Fang Liang's expression did not change as he asked, "Why do you ask?" Emperor Shao said, "The calamity race offended us, and countless living beings of the Heavenly Tao died. Now that the battle has stopped, no matter how I look at it, it looks like the Heavenly Tao has compromised. I'm worried that the calamity race will cause trouble in the future." Fang Liang said, "But if we continue fighting, the Heavenly Tao will suffer even more losses. The calamity race is stronger than all the living beings in the Heavenly Tao. This is a fact. We have to admit it. We will treat it as a humiliation and encourage all the living beings in the Heavenly Tao to become stronger." Sigh. There are so many living beings in the Heavenly Tao, but they were actually defeated by a race. How laughable. Fellow Taoist Shao, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, the Heavenly Tao has only been restarted for a little more than 10,000 years. Emperor Shao began to complain to Fang Liang, who kept comforting him. After an hour, Emperor Shao left. Fang Liang's expression turned cold. This fellow actually dares to mock my grandmaster. He's really tired of living. 1,000 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level increased again. It had been nearly 20,000 years since his last breakthrough. He was a little unhappy that he hadn't broken through after so long and felt inexplicably terrified. Could he have become mediocre? Hanju shook his head. He couldn't think like that. He had to be confident. After all, Divine Lord Peacock was still waiting for him to subdue him outside the Heavenly Tao. He was about to check the emails when Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's voice floated over. "Fellow Taoist Han, can you come to the Universal Hall?" Hearing this, Hanju immediately moved forward. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du rarely looked for him. It was usually something big when he did. In the Universal Hall, Hanju arrived. There were only the two of them in the hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was the first to speak. "It's not good." Hanju asked, "What is it?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said in a low voice, "The mighty figures of the deity realm of the ruins of End did not block the existence in the ancient desolate. Now that the array formation of the ancient desolate has been completely destroyed, countless evil demons have escaped. The great Tao sages have already evacuated the deity realm of the ruins of End. I'm worried that this matter will affect the Heavenly Tao." Hanju was not surprised. When he read the emails, he often saw that the ancestor was severely injured. It was obvious that the existence in the ancient desolate was stronger. But then again, was the chaotic deity's power of order so strong? He could actually help the ancient desolates suppress so many existences stronger than him. In addition, do you remember Pan Xian? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du asked. We've met a few times. What happened to him? He obtained the inheritance of Pangu's will and his cultivation level rose steadily. It said that he inherited the great Tao of strength and is preparing to walk the path of the giant god Pangu. He wants to kill all the chaotic fiend celestials and obtain the great Tao of chaos. Chapter 664 Inauspicious Divine Emperor. Chapter 664 Inauspicious Divine Emperor. Walking on Pangu's path. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and asked, he has the strength to do so? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du shook his head. My master said that he holds the heaven-opening axe and has a 36th grade chaotic green lotus on his head. Be it attack or defense, even a great Tao sage will find it difficult to resist. So ridiculous. Han Ju suddenly thought of the heaven-opening axe the system had given him. However, his heaven-opening axe was not that strong. He had tried it in the simulation trial. Although it was his strongest offensive Dharma treasure, it was completely useless against Ancestor Shitian. Moreover, why were there two heaven-opening axes? Han Ju was puzzled. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, we have to hurry up and increase the providence of the heavenly Tao. Now that the heavenly race has moved to the netherworld, they are not suitable to be the heavenly Tao race anymore. Which race do you think is suitable? Han Ju said, the human race. Alright, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Han and choose the human race as the new heavenly Tao race, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du replied with a serious expression. Han Ju complained in his heart, what are you pretending for? Don't you also want the human race to become the heavenly Tao race? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was from the human race and was the sect master of the human school. How could he not support the human race? Then, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du chatted about the reincarnation space. Just like before, he talked about the reincarnation space's development. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du planned to develop the reincarnation space into another little heavenly Tao or even into a mortal world in the heavenly Tao. Han Ju had no objections. Half of the reincarnation space belonged to him, anyway. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du wanted to use this to fight for providence, but it couldn't affect Han Ju. If the two of them really fell out one day, Han Ju would let him know who the master of the heavenly Tao was. After chatting, Han Ju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. His gaze landed on Han Yu. This fellow had also participated in the battle of the netherworld and his cultivation level had increased greatly. Now, his status in the human race was only inferior to the human emperor. He even called the human emperor his brother. Once the humans returned as the heavenly Tao race, Han Yu would have made a comeback. Han Ju looked at the netherworld again. Under the domineering orders of the heavenly calamity emperor, the calamity race didn't dare to deal with ghosts, gods, and immortals. Empress Hudu and Ji Xianxian naturally wouldn't take advantage of this. The netherworld returned to its former peace. Peace is still the best. Everyone, cultivate in peace. Han Ju thought silently. As long as he was given time, he would be more arrogant than anyone else when he was truly invincible. Dark Forbidden Zone. A huge bronze ship sailed. There was no living being on the huge ship, but the ship was clean. It did not look like it was uninhabited. In front of the bronze ship, Han Tuo and Yi Tian appeared. Yi Tian frowned and asked, that's it? Why is there nothing? Han Tuo said, it's precisely because there's nothing that it's here. There are probably countless inauspicious evils on the ship who want to devour us. At the mention of the inauspicious evil, Yi Tian couldn't help but shiver. Anyone would be afraid of such an invisible existence. Han Tuo flew forward and cupped his hands. I'm Divine General Han under the evil Heavenly Emperor. I'm here to seek an audience with the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Yi Tian bowed. The bronze ship suddenly stopped. The surrounding dark space fluctuated like water blown by the wind. A hoarse voice came from the bronze ship, "Where's your emperor?" Han Tuo replied, "His Majesty is looking for the divine jade of the ruins of End for you." The inauspicious divine emperor did not reply. Han Tuo braced himself and continued, "His Majesty asked us to invite you to capture divine Lord Peacock. He said that as long as you can do it, he will think of a way to gather 3 pieces of divine jade of the ruins of End for you and let your race control the deity realm of the ruins of End's sky." An extreme killing intent attacked. Han Tuo's face instantly turned pale. Behind him, Yi Tian also took out his Dharma treasure and prepared to fight. Yi Tian was extremely nervous. He didn't even know where the inauspicious divine emperor was. "Humph, lead the way." "Thank you, senior." Han Tuo heaved a sigh of relief and immediately turned around to lead the way. Yi Tian followed beside him and asked with a voice transmission, "What is the divine jade of the ruins of End?" This old fellow is actually willing to agree. Don't talk nonsense. You have to be respectful to your senior. As for the divine jade of the ruins of End, His Majesty told me that if someone obtains it, they can obtain the providence of the deity realm of the ruins of End and even control it. A long time ago, the deity realm of the ruins of End was actually a supreme treasure. What? Supreme treasure? There's such a huge supreme treasure. I heard that, too. Ask His Majesty yourself when you return. Tsk tisk. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. In the past 3,000 years, the immortal world had changed drastically. The thing most worth mentioning was the rise of the human race. The human school, the Chan school, the Jia school, the Buddhist sect, the Divine Palace, the Holy Mother sect, the Loose Heaven sect, and so on had all entered the human race and spread the Tao techniques to help them rise quickly. The reproduction ability of the human race was already powerful. Now that they had the support of the sage sects, they could be said to have soared into the sky. The numerous races of the immortal world were nervous. They were not stupid. They could tell that the sages wanted to support the humans again. However, in the past, they often bullied them. They were worried that the humans would take revenge on them after they rose. The happiest was none other than the dragon race. Long Hao had face, and all the elders of the dragon race admired him. If not for Long Hao, the dragon race would also be one of the mortal enemies of the human race. Apart from that, there were dozens of mortal worlds between the netherworld and the immortal world. At the edge of the immortal world, the disciples of the various sects were still building various chaotic cities to help the providence of the heavenly Tao spread and condense into a land that bordered the immortal world. This process was very complicated and required a long time to accumulate. However, in the immortal world, there was no lack of time. The Calamity race did not stay. Under the arrangements of the Heavenly Calamity Emperor, more and more Calamity race living beings reincarnated and helped the Calamity race integrate into the Heavenly Tao. The reincarnated living beings of the Calamity race also headed to the edge of the immortal world or the mortal world to help the Heavenly Tao expand. The Calamity race's performance satisfied the sages. At least from the looks of it, the Calamity race really wanted to join the Heavenly Tao. In short, the entire immortal world was thriving. On this day, the strange deity suddenly found Han Ju. It was very emotional. Through telepathy, Han Ju knew that this fellow was very terrified as if he had encountered his natural enemy. You're saying that an extremely powerful and auspicious deity is approaching the Heavenly Tao? As Han Ju became stronger, the strange deity that had long fused with him also became stronger. Although it was far inferior to him, in terms of strength, it was already equivalent to a sage. Its perception could naturally cover the Heavenly Tao. The strange deity nodded, extremely nervous. Han Ju looked up. It was silent outside the Heavenly Tao. There was nothing unusual. However, it was very difficult to see the inauspicious evil. Han Ju suddenly discovered that Divine Lord Peacock had disappeared. This fellow had always been in seclusion in the Calamity Race's city. Could it be that he broke his promise? No. Han Ju immediately checked the emails. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X90293021. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Gasp! Had he attacked the inauspicious evil's base? Han Ju showed a frown. To be able to severely injure Divine Lord Peacock, the other party was at least in existence comparable to a great Tao sage. However, with so many inauspicious evils, they would definitely affect the heavenly Tao living beings at the edge of the heavenly Tao. Why was there no commotion? Could it be that the inauspicious evil was only targeting Divine Lord Peacock? Chapter 665 Terrifying Dark Forbidden Lord. Chapter 665 Terrifying Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju hesitated for a moment before giving up on using the derivation function. In any case, Divine Lord Peacock had yet to acknowledge him as his master. There was no need to waste his lifespan for him. The strange deity was still shaking like it had gone mad. Han Ju glared and scolded it. Get lost and cultivate. The other party can't come in. What are you afraid of? So embarrassing. Feeling wronged, the strange deity could only shrink into a corner and curl up into a ball. Trembling in the past, the strange deity had always treated the inauspicious deity and the inauspicious evil as food. This was the first time it was so afraid. It seemed that this inauspicious deity was very strong. It was very likely one of the top existences among the inauspicious deities. Han Ju decided to visit Divine Lord Peacock in his dreams. In any case, this fellow was severely injured, but he did not die. This meant that the inauspicious deity did not want to kill him. Divine Lord Peacock was probably imprisoned. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing that it was the Dark Forbidden Lord, he heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ju smiled faintly. What? You can't do that. Divine Lord Peacock gritted his teeth and said, Your disciple is the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Very good, no wonder you're called the Dark Forbidden Lord. Even the strongest existence in the Dark Forbidden Zone is your disciple. Han Ju was silent. What the hell? It turned out that the existence who attacked Divine Lord Peacock was called the inauspicious Divine Emperor. From this name, it was obvious that he was an ominous existence. What a chaotic era. Anything could give birth to a supreme expert. Seeing Han Ju's silence, Divine Lord Peacock cursed. You don't follow the rules. What happened to fighting someone at the same realm? This fellow even brought helpers. Han Ju thought of the number of times Divine Lord Peacock was attacked and couldn't help but mourn. This fellow was really miserable. Han Ju asked, Do you know what realm the inauspicious Divine Emperor is at? Nonsense. I don't know, but can he still be at the same realm as me? Hee. What do you mean? Divine Lord Peacock had a look of disbelief. In his opinion, the inauspicious Divine Emperor was an existence like a great Tao sage or even stronger. But on second thought, if he was really that strong, he wouldn't have fought with him for so long. Could it be? Divine Lord Peacock's heart skipped a beat, and his expression gradually darkened. Han Ju asked, My disciple has a strange personality. How is he going to deal with you? Divine Lord Peacock gritted his teeth and cursed. How would I know? He sealed me on a bronze ship. I asked him why, but he ignored me. He's like a mute. However, there are still 2 people on the ship. They are the 2 young divine generals of the evil heavenly emperor. Damn it, why aren't they also sealed? They are so weak and still dare to mock me. If not for me being sealed, I could have destroyed their bodies and souls with a breath. Evil Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that the evil Heavenly Emperor had asked the inauspicious Divine Emperor to capture Divine Lord Peacock? That should be the case. Otherwise, why would the evil Heavenly Emperor's subordinates be alive? Han Ju said, "Don't worry. The evil Heavenly Emperor will treat you well." The evil Heavenly Emperor was not as strong as Divine Lord Peacock. If he really wanted to kill Divine Lord Peacock, he could just let the inauspicious Divine Emperor kill him. With Han Ju's understanding of the evil Heavenly Emperor, this fellow probably wanted to subdue Divine Lord Peacock. The evil Heavenly Emperor loved to recruit prodigies. What do you mean? Could it be that the evil Heavenly Emperor is also your Divine Lord Peacock widened his eyes in disbelief. Han Ju was secretly pleased. Aren't you very confident? He was finally shocked. Seeing that Han Ju didn't answer, Divine Lord Peacock's imagination ran wild. The Dark Forbidden Lord had cursed the chaotic deity and Kundi to death. Under him were the leaders of major factions like the inauspicious Divine Emperor and the evil Heavenly Emperor. Gasp! Even the arrogant Divine Lord Peacock was shocked. The Dark Forbidden Lord was so strong and controlled such a powerful force, but he had been hiding behind the scenes. What did he want? Divine Lord Peacock suddenly looked up and asked, "Could you be the primordial fiend celestial that the Tao ancestor once mentioned?" Han Ju said calmly, "Primordial fiend celestial? Who does he think he is? Damn it! This fellow had really guessed correctly." Divine Lord Peacock said disdainfully, "You really know how to brag. Are you going to let me go or not?" "I'm convinced, okay. Tell the inauspicious Divine Emperor to let go of me. I'm going to kill those two divine generals." Han Ju was worried that the two weak divine generals were Han Tua and Yi Tian. These two were like a pair of pants and had always been inseparable. "Don't hurt them. I'll let you go when it's time." "What do you mean? Not letting go? You still want the evil Heavenly Emperor to humiliate me?" Han Ju remained silent. Divine Lord Peacock was furious. "Humph. You look down on me. I don't need your help to speak. I will definitely destroy the inauspicious Divine Emperor." Boom! The dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and shook his head with a smile. "Silly Peacock. If he was really my disciple, I'd definitely let you go. But he's not." Han Ju looked outside the heavenly Tao again, and his gaze landed on the primordial origin coffin. TSK, why didn't the inauspicious Divine Emperor find this fellow? It seemed that primordial origin was stronger than the inauspicious Divine Emperor and he did not want to provoke him. On that day, Xing Hongxian suddenly came. Han Ju had a headache because this woman had finally reached the zenith heaven realm. Xing Hongxian was not a mortal, to begin with. After reincarnating and exchanging for a new bloodline, it was not unreasonable for her to become a zenith heaven cultivator. Han Ju thought for a moment and let her enter the Taoist temple. The strange deity was chased out. As soon as she entered, Xing Hongxian quickly walked up and started touching him. "It's been tens of thousands of years. I can't hold it in anymore. What nonsense. Husband, why are you being so awkward? You're a zenith heaven golden immortal, after all. How can you be obsessed with mortal desires? Don't you want to?" "I mean, it's not that I don't want to." Several years later, Xing Hongshuan's expression was bitter. "Husband, are you going back on your word?" Han Ju asked helplessly, "Must we have a child?" "Yes, just take it as my wish." "Do you want the child's potential to be poor or good?" "Of course, it has to be good. It's definitely going to be the #1 talent in the world." "Not necessarily. You'll drag down my bloodline." Xing Hongxian was stunned. Her eyes immediately filled with tears as she bit her lips. She looked truly pitiful. Han Ju had no choice but to listen to her. After a few more months, Xing Hongxian left. After so many attempts, she was finally pregnant. As for this child's potential, Han Ju couldn't guarantee it. Ever since he helped Han Tuo increase his potential, his control over his bloodline had become blurry. There was some force restraining the reproduction of powerful bloodlines. Then, Han Ju began to cultivate in seclusion. 1,000 years passed in a flash. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at Xing Hongxian. He frowned. She hasn't given birth yet. Under his gaze, Xing Hongxian was cultivating. Her abdomen was flat and she did not look pregnant. However, Han Ju could sense that the child in her womb had vitality and was nurturing a new soul. Neza had been born after 3 years and was already a freak. Han Ju's son had stayed in the womb for 1,000 years and still didn't come out. What was this? Han Ju suddenly became interested in his new child. Could it be that he had won a prize? Did he really create an extraordinary genius? End of 5-chapter mass release, and it will go back to normal release schedule from tomorrow. Chapter 666 Han Tuo's Unease. Chapter 666 Han Tuo's Unease. Han Ju stared at Xing Hongxuan's womb. His youngest child was curled up like a porcelain doll. The vitality was very strong. This kid was actually absorbing Xing Hongxuan's dermic powers. Interesting. Han Ju was afraid that something would happen, so he sat down beside Xing Hongxian and used absolute purification on her. Xing Hongxian saw him and asked curiously, "What is it?" Han Ju rarely took the initiative to look for her. Could it be for his son? Xing Hongxian reached out to touch her abdomen with anticipation. At first, she was also worried. After all, she had been pregnant for so long. However, as years passed, she could feel the child's vitality. She was now filled with anticipation. Such an extraordinary fetus must be extraordinary. Han Ju said, "If you encounter trouble, send me a voice transmission at any time. Don't be afraid of disturbing my cultivation." Xing Hongxian smiled. "It's fine. I'm a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, after all. How can it be difficult?" Han Ju chatted with her for a while and left after the absolute purification ended. Han Ju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and started to check his emails. The protagonist of his emails became Pan Xian. This fellow had always been fighting and had never been severely injured. He was extremely domineering. Han Ju also saw that Divine Lord Peacock was severely injured. How tragic. Han Tuo followed the evil Heavenly Emperor and was beaten from time to time. After reading the emails, Han Ju looked at the immortal world. The addition of the Calamity race promoted the development of all living beings in the immortal world. The cultivation trend became stronger, which in turn strengthened the Heavenly Tao's providence. It was worth mentioning the humans. In just 1,000 years, the population of the human race had increased by dozens of times. This was all thanks to the influence of the sage sects, causing the other races to no longer dare to bully them. The human race's territory was also constantly expanding. It wasn't a rude and unreasonable expansion, but an integration with the other races. The humans were willing to coexist with other races. This was also something the sages were willing to see. Only by being united in the Heavenly Tao could they better face the crisis of the chaos. The reason why the Calamity race and the Flame race were so strong was that the race was unified and there was less internal friction. Han Ju looked down at the crowd. There were fewer hardships in the world, but not completely. The anxiety of cultivation began to spread in the Heavenly Tao. Even if sages were preaching the Tao, their potential was innate, like a natural chasm suppressing all living beings. Han Ju saw Han Yu. As the human race became stronger, Han Yu obtained its providence, and his cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds. Han Ju looked at the netherworld next. Su Qi had been in seclusion recently, and Yang Tiandong was also living very peacefully. The heavenly race's leader, Ji Xianxian, seemed to have completely given up on his desire for power. He cultivated in seclusion all day long. The heavenly race's existence in the netherworld had become extremely low. Many immortals had even switched to the netherworld or returned to the immortal world to join the heavenly Tao sect. On the other side, after the earth immortal world fused with the providence of the heavenly Tao, Han Ju could spy on the situation of the earth immortal world in the main Tao field. Rengang Nin Hongchen's cultivation levels had improved greatly, which satisfied him. Several hours later, Han Ju retracted his gaze and continued cultivating. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The first thing Han Ju did when he opened his eyes was to look at Xing Hongxian. It was not born yet. Han Ju frowned. He spied on the fetus in Xing Hongshuan's womb. Its aura had already surpassed that of a mortal. Its soul had taken form, but it was in a sleeping state. This kid. Was he going to hide in his mother's womb forever? The fetus only instinctively absorbed Xing Hongshuan's dermic powers. It did not have a cultivation technique and did not have a realm for the time being. Xing Hongshuan's cultivation did not stop because of him. Her body was also in good condition. Her cultivation speed was even faster than before she got pregnant. After observing this, Han Ju was relieved. He was afraid that the fetus would burden Xing Hongxian. Now, it seemed that she was cultivating faster than before thanks to it. The news of Xing Hongshuan's pregnancy had already spread throughout the 100-peak immortal river. The disciples were all looking forward to this young sect master. Only a few people knew that Han Tuo was Han Ju's son. Most disciples thought that he only had one son. It said that the young master is still being nurtured. He must be impressive. That's right. The longer it incubates, the stronger the potential. It said that the ancestral dragon was nurtured for 10 billion years. 10 billion years is too exaggerated. In any case, Sect Master's son is definitely a genius. Let's guess how long he will take to descend. It's probably still early. Han Ju heard many disciples talking about this in the 100-peak immortal river. Most of them were looking forward to it. If Han Ju had children, the hidden sect could continue to be passed down generation after generation. As for personal disciples, they were not as powerful as the protectors who joined later. They were not enough to convince the masses. If his cultivation and experience were not enough to take over Han Ju's position, he could only use his bloodline to convince the masses. Han Ju looked forward to this child's performance after he was born. What should I name it? Han Ju touched his chin and pondered. He hoped that this kid was not reckless and liked to cultivate diligently like him. Just call him Han Guleng. Han Kuxiu. Han Go. This name was like cursing. He would think about it later. Han Ju quickly closed his eyes. He was also agitated by his youngest son. He wanted to break through a minor realm before this child was born. Dark Forbidden Zone. In the darkness stood a huge stone door that sat above the sea of clouds. Two figures sat under the door. They were Han Tuo and Yi Tian. Han Tuo suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Yi Tian asked, "What's wrong? Why are you feeling uneasy recently? Are you afraid of Divine Lord Peacock's revenge?" Han Tuo shook his head. Of course not. Divine Lord Peacock has already been suppressed. Even if he escaped, revenge is still revenge on His Majesty. However, for some reason, I've been feeling inexplicably frustrated recently. Yi Tian opened his eyes and asked, "Should we ask His Majesty?" Han Tuo thought for a moment. This mentality indeed affected his cultivation. He immediately stood up. The stone door emitted a strong light. It was a teleportation formation that was 10,000 feet tall. Han Tuo stepped into the strong light and arrived in a paradise. The blue sky was filled with white clouds. Immortal birds flew past in rows. There were palaces above every sea of clouds. From time to time, heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals would patrol. Han Tuo quickly arrived at a majestic palace at the highest point. A plaque was hanging on the door. Numinous Palace. Han Tuo had the Heavenly Emperor token and could directly enter the hall. The evil Heavenly Emperor was sitting on the Emperor's throne with 2 pieces of jade in his hand, frowning. "Your Majesty, I have something to ask you." Han Tuo cupped his fists and bowed. The evil Heavenly Emperor looked up and smiled kindly. "What is it?" He was very satisfied with Han Tuo. He felt that he had potential that was not inferior to Han Ju, making up for the regret of not controlling Han Ju back then. Han Tuo voiced his concerns. The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned. Han Tuo was also a mighty figure. His control over his body and soul had long reached the perfection realm. How could he be flustered for no reason? He pinched his fingers to deduce, but he could not deduce it. He had to take out a golden mirror. "Stand closer," the evil Heavenly Emperor said softly. Han Tuo immediately took a step forward. The evil Heavenly Emperor held the golden mirror and looked at him. Golden light scattered out and landed on Han Tuo. Crack! The mirror suddenly shattered, and a long crack appeared, splitting the mirror into 2. The evil Heavenly Emperor widened his eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Han Tuo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the mirror shatter. Crap! This was His Majesty's treasure. Chapter 667 On Par with Pangu. Chapter 667 On Par with Pangu. The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned and stared at the golden mirror in his hand. He looked at Han Tuo from time to time, his mind filled with confusion. This is a chaotic numinous treasure. It can even deduce chaotic fiend celestials. What karma caused this mirror to shatter? The evil Heavenly Emperor felt inexplicably uneasy. Could it be that a terrifying existence that surpassed chaotic fiend celestials had targeted Han Tuo? He treated Han Tuo as his grandson. How could he let anything happen to him? The evil Heavenly Emperor said, "Follow me to visit a senior." Han Tuo asked curiously, "Which senior?" "An ancient god who stands at the end of the river of destiny. He's a transcendent existence that has existed since the beginning of time. When we get there, without my instructions, you are not allowed to speak or look at him." "Yes." The evil Heavenly Emperor waved his hand and left with Han Tuo. In the imperial city of the human race, Han Yu sat under a tree in his courtyard. There were dozens of cultivation formations set up in this courtyard, and the Kanake Chi was extremely abundant. He suddenly opened his eyes, his handsome face revealing worry. "What's happening?" Han Yu muttered to himself. In the past 1,000 years, he had been uneasy from time to time, as if a calamity was coming. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was fine in the past, but now, it had already affected his cultivation. If this continued, Han Yu was worried that he would go berserk. He hesitated for a long time before leaving. Several days later, he arrived at the top of the Buzhou Divine Mountain. There was a simple Daoist temple here. It was Li Daokong's cultivation place in the past. He pushed open the door and bowed to the mat that Li Daokong had once sat on. "Master, I have something to ask you," Han Yu said softly and respectfully. After a while, Li Daokong's voice sounded, "What is it?" Han Yu told him about his troubles. Li Daokong said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you in the heavenly Dao." Han Yu hesitated before saying, "But this mentality has already affected my cultivation. Bear with it. It might be related to your ancestor. I can't figure out why, but there's one thing I can be sure of. Don't leave the heavenly Dao for the time being, understand?" "I understand." Han Yu immediately understood when he heard that it was related to his ancestor. Perhaps his ancestor had encountered trouble and his bloodline had resonated, causing his Tao heart to become unstable. He had heard of such a thing before. As the saying went, if one lived, all would live. If one died, all would die. In a mysterious space. The personal disciples of the hidden sect gathered here. This was the myriad worlds projection created by Han Ju's system. When cultivating, personal disciples always liked to gather here. Through Zhou Fan, they could understand what was happening in the immortal world and the chaos. Li Daokong suddenly asked, "Is Sect Master not around recently?" Chu Shiren said, "Yes, why?" "Nothing. I just wanted to ask," Li Daokong replied, heaving a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happened to Han Ju. Strangely, even after he became a sage, he couldn't spy on the 100-peak immortal river. He wondered if Han Ju was still in the hidden sect. Sun Chang'an suddenly said, "There are too many. Master has a son who's still in the process of being nurtured. He's already been nurtured for 4,000 years. He probably has extraordinary potential." The other disciples sighed in anticipation. Li Daokong was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. "I see. Han Yu was indeed being affected by his bloodline." Li Daokong was not a gossipy person. He did not ask further. After understanding the reason, he was relieved and no longer worried about Han Yu. On the other side, Han Tuo followed the evil heavenly emperor into chaotic space. The fog was vast, and colorful lights flashed from time to time. This was the first time Han Tuo had come to such a space. He couldn't feel any life force, but the surrounding pressure caused him to tense up. He didn't even dare to look around. He kept feeling that something was staring at him, making him feel uncomfortable. After traveling for an unknown period of time, the evil heavenly emperor suddenly stopped. Han Tuo subconsciously looked up and saw a pair of huge legs as tall as the Buzhou Divine Mountain sitting in front of him. Looking up, he could only see the other party's exposed belly button. Further up, it was covered by clouds. Just the lower half of his body was millions of feet tall. It was extremely huge and had an extremely visual impact. There was actually a cold eye in that huge navel. Meeting its gaze, Han Tuo's soul almost exploded, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. The evil heavenly emperor bowed and said, "Greetings, divine ancestor. Why are you here?" An ancient voice sounded. It spoke extremely slowly. Just these words made Han Tuo feel as if he had lived through the 4 seasons. This feeling was extremely strange. Han Tuo was shocked to discover that his dermic powers had increased greatly. His cultivation level increased just by listening to the other party. Han Tuo became even more nervous. The other party's existence exceeded his imagination and understanding. He suddenly forgot what the legs and belly button looked like. He did not dare to look up. "Divine ancestor, what caused the divine mirror you gave me to shatter?" the evil heavenly emperor asked respectfully. The ancient voice sounded, "This karma is too great. It's not something it can withstand. It's related to this child's bloodline. A supreme expert will appear in his bloodline karma and overturn the chaos." Shocked, the evil heavenly emperor asked cautiously, "Has it already appeared and is about to break through, or is it about to be born?" "It's still being nurtured." The words of the ancient voice made the evil heavenly emperor and Han Tuo think of many things. Han Tuo first thought of Han Yu. Could it be that Han Yu really would surpass him? Or could it be that Han Yu's descendant would become a genius that shocked the chaos? The evil heavenly emperor thought of Han Ju. Was this kid going to have another child? When he was the heavenly emperor in the past, the evil heavenly emperor had many children. Occasionally, children with extraordinary potential who shocked the 3 realms would appear, such as Long Hao. "Thank you for your guidance, ancestor." The evil heavenly emperor bowed. Since it was related to Han Ju, he couldn't be bothered. He turned around and prepared to leave with Han Tuo. At this moment, the ancient voice sounded again, "This child is far from simple. Since ancient times, only two can compare to him. The evil heavenly emperor was stunned. He turned around and asked, Giant God Pangu and the Tao ancestor. Tao ancestor? He's just an opportunist. The evil heavenly emperor and Han Tuo were shocked. A terrifying expert comparable to the giant god Pangu and surpassing the Tao ancestor. The evil heavenly emperor's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly left with Han Tuo. Don't look back. The evil heavenly emperor's voice entered Han Tuo's ears, scaring him so much that he followed closely behind and quickly flew away. Unknowingly, Han Tuo heard a strange song. It sometimes sounded like a resentful girl and sometimes sounded like a heroic shout, causing his consciousness to blur. When he woke up, he was shocked to discover that he had already returned to the numinous palace. Han Tuo's consciousness quickly cleared. He looked at the evil heavenly emperor and asked, Your Majesty, just now, the evil heavenly emperor said expressionlessly, What just now? 100 years have passed. You were almost mesmerized by that old man's Tao. Chapter 668 Expansion of the Hidden Sect, Primordial Fiend Celestial. Chapter 668 Expansion of the Hidden Sect, Primordial Fiend Celestial, so long. He wants to harm me. Han Tuo was shocked and had a lingering fear. The evil heavenly emperor shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that his Tao is too strong. You shouldn't have looked at him. If your cultivation level was any lower, your body and soul would have been destroyed the moment you saw him. Even more afraid now, Han Tuo asked curiously, Is he stronger than the Tao ancestor? The evil heavenly emperor replied, I'm not sure. That existence is not something I can assess. Don't think about it usually. Whatever you can think of, he can learn of it. Han Tuo nodded and became even more nervous. It could even spy on thoughts. It was too terrifying. You can return to the immortal world to take a look when you're free. If I'm not wrong, you should have a younger brother or sister soon, the evil heavenly emperor said. Han Tuo nodded, feeling complicated. To be able to resonate with his bloodline, how strong was his potential? Han Ju didn't know that his youngest son had caused such a huge commotion. He was still focused on cultivating. Another 4,000 years passed. Han Ju was finally close to breaking through. He was in a good mood. After his seclusion, he preached the Tao to the hidden sect disciples for 100 years. Not long after the lecture ended, Li Xian'eo and Han Zuetian came to visit. As the first living being to transform in the 100-peak immortal river, Han Zuetian was already Li Xian'eo's right-hand man. They managed the affairs of the 100-peak immortal river together. Han Ju let them in and the two of them knelt down. Han Zuetian began to report the situation in the sect. 10,000 Nether race members were still stuck at the 6 mystic divine origin. Even so, it was still an extremely powerful force. Apart from that, the number of deity realm disciples had already exceeded 100,000. Not long ago, 2 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal disciples had been born. They were both geniuses and had already become personal disciples. Among them, Chu Shuren had taken in the most disciples. He was the supreme Buddha in his previous life and had his own understanding of taking in disciples. However, so far, other than Tao Sovereign, no new pseudo-sage had been born. The next pseudo-sage was most likely Zhao Xianyuan. After Han Zuetian finished speaking, Li Xian'eo said, Sect Master, should the hidden sect expand? Now that the myriad worlds have welcomed a cultivation frenzy, the disciples of the various providence sects are increasing day by day. The number of mortal worlds they cover is also increasing. Only our hidden sect is still guarding the 100-peak immortal river. I remember that more than 100,000 years ago, the heavenly race divided the nearby 3 regions to our hidden sect. It's time to use them. Of course, the decision is still yours. The reason why Li Xian'eo dared to speak was that he could see the current situation of the heavenly Tao. Previously, when the Calamity race attacked, Han Ju had also sent Dao's sovereign out to fight, which meant that he still cared about the heavenly Dao. Since he cared about the heavenly Dao, it was necessary to take root and develop in it. Han Ju said, "All right, you can arrange it. When the time comes, I'll send you out together. Build a city around the 100-peak Immortal River and expand it. In the future, the 100-peak Immortal River will still be the center of the hidden sect." He paused and continued, "If anyone among the personal disciples wants to go out, you can bring them along." Dao Sovereign's experience meant that not everyone was suitable to cultivate diligently. Occasionally, they needed to go out to train. Now that Han Ju could already completely control the heavenly Dao, it was naturally fine to let them out. He did not let go in the past because he was afraid of causing trouble. He wasn't afraid now. Even if the sky collapsed, he could withstand it. Of course, if the disciples caused trouble, Han Ju would also punish them severely. In any case, he had people in the netherworld. Those who had done evil should be severely punished. His principles and bottom line could not be broken. If they killed the innocent today, they might want to kill their master tomorrow. "All right, I'll arrange it now," Li Xian'eo said excitedly. Han Zuetian asked, "Grandmaster, is there a limit to the number of recruits?" Han Ju said, "It's up to you. But if I'm not satisfied, I'll find trouble with you." These words immediately brought great pressure to Li Xian'eo and Han Zuetian. After the two of them left, Han Ju's gaze landed on Xing Hongxian. The fetus was still being nurtured. It was the same size as before. At first glance, Xing Hongxian did not seem to be pregnant. However, Han Ju could feel that the fetus aura had become stronger again. Han Ju suddenly had a thought and used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. Primordial Fiend Celestial, nurturing state, wow. It was really the Primordial Fiend Celestial. Han Tuo only had the qualifications to become a Primordial Fiend Celestial. He had yet to completely evolve into a Primordial Fiend Celestial for the time being, but this fetus was already a Primordial Fiend Celestial when it was still in its nurturing state. Han Ju found it strange. He had only given birth to 2 sons. Was his bloodline so well inherited? None of them were worthless. Han Ju had no choice but to use the derivation function. "I think I know why my youngest son can perfectly inherit my bloodline." If it was any other father, they would be overjoyed, but Han Ju was instinctively vigilant. What if it was a trap? For example, Zhou Fan was the Dharma idol of the 7 Dao sage. Feng Liang was chosen by the Dao ancestor. Those experts of the great Dao always had a way to scheme against others without anyone knowing. Han Ju didn't want his youngest son to become a sharp blade in the enemy's hands. It involves karma that surpasses the current limits of the system. It cannot be deduced. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat when he saw this line of words. The first thing he thought of was the Dao ancestor. The Dao ancestor had started plotting against him after he had interfered with his Dao integration plan. Han Ju asked, "Is my youngest son being controlled by others? Or is he the reincarnation of another mighty figure? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. As expected of my son. He's already worth 100 million before he's even born. This soul is a new existence. It only involves the transcendent rule and is not being controlled by any living being." Seeing this line of words, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not a spy. In that case, the reason why Han Ju won consecutively was that he had touched a certain transcendent rule. What was it? Han Ju was puzzled. Since he couldn't figure it out, forget it. Han Ju started to check his emails. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by your enemy, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X209383297. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure in his dreams. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Calamity Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock comprehended a mystical power in battle. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious Tao Devil, X7113924. Ever since Divine Lord Peacock joined Han Ju's circle of friends, he had been beaten up so many times that even Han Tuo couldn't compare. Han Ju was surprised. After so long, Divine Lord Peacock still hadn't escaped from the inauspicious Divine Emperor. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? It was not that the evil Heavenly Emperor wanted to recruit Divine Lord Peacock, but that the inauspicious Divine Emperor wanted to torture him. Han Ju hesitated for a moment and decided to visit Divine Lord Peacock in his dreams. The dream was still above the yellow spring. Seeing him, Divine Lord Peacock immediately revealed an arrogant expression and said, "How is it? The inauspicious Divine Emperor can't trap me at all. Do you have anyone else to send? Send them all. I'll kill as many as they come." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.